Before we begin with our formal agenda this evening, I want to turn the floor over to Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm going to invite a number of people, but I'd like to invite you as well to come into the middle of the horseshoe, if you don't mind. I'm going to introduce some people and ask them to come and join us in the middle here, if I could. This is part of the Regina Fire Protective Services International Fire Accreditation Team. This is part of the team. I invite Chief Rick McCullough, Paul Viala, Alvin Huber, Angela Prodzik, David Chapman, David Kinvig, Dwayne Davidson, Gerard Kay, Laura Markowicz, Lane Jackson, and Jay O'Connor, please. So it came to our attention, not only on council but to our staff, that over the course of the last few years, our fire department has tried to become accredited. I want to just read you a little bit so that everybody understands what it is I'm talking about. The Commission of the Fire Accreditation International approved the Regina Fire and Protective Services for the status of accredited agency back in August of 2012. The Regina Fire and Protective Services was recognized by the peer assessment team and the Commission for taking a very aggressive, continuous improvement approach in all service categories, and for using long-term methods to analyze human behavior and to design innovative public education and fire preventive programs. It has also come to my attention that some of those public education programs have been separately recognized internationally and locally, by the way, on Friday night. The Commission is committed to assisting and improving fire and emergency services around the world in achieving organizational and professional excellence through its strategic self-assessment model and accreditation process to provide continuous quality improvement. So here are the three things that I'm really trying to tell you, and this is what the program is about. Determine community risk and safety needs. Evaluate the performance of the department, and establish a method for achieving continuous organizational improvement. Now, this is a 5-year plan. I think it speaks volumes, actually, about the people standing in front of you, that they want to self-evaluate and only get better and look after our community. It may surprise you, or may not, that this is the first department in Saskatchewan to be so accredited. In Canada, out of the 3,500 fire departments, there are only 6. And in North America, out of the 33,500 departments, there are only 168 who take the risk and do the work and want to get better. So I'll ask Mayor Fougere to do the presentation, and I ask all of us to please acknowledge and thank our fire department for their service. And what Chief McCullough is doing right now is also giving the mayor a memento. It is a coin that's been created to commemorate the accreditation. And I also want to point out that the accreditation is renewable in 2017, and it is a continuous plan. Thank you very much.
That's a very impressive achievement for our fire service, and I think we all should be very proud of that. We'll begin the formal I'll have a motion to approve the public agenda, please.
I'll move the agenda with the changes from the clerk.
On that note, Councillor Bryce, we have received a very late delegation, and I'm going to pass this around, and if the mover would conclude D 13-20 as a addition.
Moved.
Thank you for that. A seconder, please.
I'll second that, Your Worship.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move adoption of the minutes for the last meeting, December 17th, 2012. Motion for that, please.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Moose has a seconder, please. Thank you. Any errors or omissions? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll begin with the advertised bylaws and related reports. CR 13-1, Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is from Planning Commission. This is an application for a contract zone amendment, proposed removal of the property from existing contract zone amendment, Lot 6, Block 23, Plan Number DV 270, Borders, Annex Subdivision, and the address is 2023 Broder Street. Specifically on this, there was a piece of property behind the Romanian Cultural Club that we use for parking. Ownership has changed. The need for that parking is no longer there. We want to revert it back to a residential older designation, which is an R3. We seek concurrence.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Any questions or comments on the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move to CR 13-2, Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you again. This is an application for a zoning bylaw amendment, 12Z 23 West Hill Park Phase 4. This is the agreement. It basically is for 28 semi-detached lots. It slightly increases the density in the area of West Hill Park Phase 4. And again, we are looking for concurrence.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Comments or questions from members of council? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Bylaws. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2013-1 and 2013-2 be introduced and read the first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yes. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. For those present this evening, Council is considering two bylaws that required advertisement. Bylaw 2013-1 and 2013-2. They're both zoning amendment bylaws in relation to 2023 Broder Street and the West Hill Park Phase 4. If there's anybody present this evening that would like to address Council on these bylaws, please indicate your desire at this time. I see no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that bylaw 2013-1, 2013-2 be read second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Young. This Council hereby consents to bylaw 2013-1, 2013-2 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2013-1 and 2013-2 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councilor Fundura. Let's move on to our next report here. This is CR 13-3, Councilor O'Donnell.
Once again, from Planning Commission, Your Worship, this is an application to permanently close north-south lane within Block 23 between Wallace and Atkinson Street and south of 7th Avenue. And I'm not going to read the description, but I will add this, if you don't mind, because members of council may remember this being discussed earlier. The original application for lane closure had included a parcel of land identified as a lane by the applicant, which was orientated north-south and in mid-block. Through the review process, it was thought that the north-south lane was in fact a rail spur and therefore did not require closure. It has now been determined that the land is indeed a lane and formal closure by City Council's approval of the bylaw is required. We seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Any comments or questions on the report? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Yes. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, for those present, Council's considering a bylaw that required public notice. So if there's anybody present this evening that would like to address Council on bylaw 2013-3, this is the bylaw for the closure and sale of the north-south lane in Block 23, Plan F as in Frank, 1625, north of 8th Avenue. Is there anyone present that would like to address Council on this bylaw? I see no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilor Fundura, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 2013-3 be introduced and read the first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried?
I move seconded by Councillor Burnett that bylaw 2013-3 be read a second time.
Any comments on the questions on the bylaw? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2013-3 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw 2013-3 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We move to delegations and related reports, and before we get there, I just have a quick comment to make. We have a number of delegations for a number of reports, and I'd ask that those delegations who come forward, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation, and we would ask that you stay to the script that's before you, not to stray from that, and also that we would like to see decorum in the gallery, that we do not see participation from members of the gallery in the debate tonight. We're certainly here to listen. No problem that way at all. So we'll begin with our first delegation, D13-1, Mr. John Klein. Good evening, Mr. Klein. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards. There's a blue button that you should, there it is, right.
Okay, thanks. I'm John Klein. I'm here representing myself. I'm here to speak in regards to the city budget and what expenses are planned in regards to transit. I'd like to encourage the City of Regina to plan on investing more into Regina Transit and paratransit. It's vital for so many of Council's objectives that we quickly improve the desirability of public transportation. Downtown and U of R parking, congestion and cost, and increased downtown economic activity and presence, and rush hour traffic congestion, they cannot be solved by any other practical means other than encouraging use of alternatives to private vehicles. I'm pleased to see that Regina Transit route review has just been completed, and it has adopted some of the suggestions gathered during the Design Regina consultations and the Transportation Master Plan, open houses at various shopping malls. The website, however, leaves off several key suggestions, so I'll list them here with some proposed by the city already and explain why each is important if you'd like to question me further. You have the opportunity to implement through Transit Regina some of these following ideas that can vastly improve Regina's public transportation system. Have more frequent stop times after 9 p.m. for routes serving major streets. On Sundays and holidays, use the Saturday routes and schedules, and I see that's been adopted in the changes. Express routes on major roads, including but not limited to Albert Street, Broad Street, Victoria Avenue, and Avenue East, Dudney Avenue, and Rochdale Boulevard. Where possible, bus-only lanes will be created and strictly enforced to reduce transit delays. Have enough paratransit resources made available to reduce by half or more the 2011 monthly average number of stranded users requesting service by no later than the end of this year. Bus or shuttle service to the Regina Airport. Our card reloadable through an online payment system and direct debit. Daily passes purchasable on buses, not just in the transit center, printed with the cash payment and transfer system that's been already installed on the buses for our cards and implemented by July. And heated shelters at major stops in winter months, of course. It's admirable that our city's route improvement plan thus far aims not to increase cost and delivery. Yet I think that's an unrealistic objective if we sincerely want a vastly improved system for most Regina residents. We're presently getting what we pay for, and even dedicated users have harsh, constructive criticism to share. I'll be appearing again to present research that supports this claim. You can also view a recent news report that lists some of the concerns with the present service levels, and I've included a link on the presentation to a video that CTV published. Among the pending research will be a petition of Regina electors who will attest to wanting at least some of the improvements suggested above as early as this year. If you provide more service through Regina Transit, then vastly more than the typical 4% of commuting trips will be by bus. Over 82% of commuting trips are by a single occupant private vehicle in Regina. And as our population grows, we have no space in the new occupants, or new space for these new occupants to park on their streets or in downtown, and no room in our atmosphere for growing pollution either. Obviously, not all of these improvements suggested above would require a significant additional expense, while some will generate improved health and savings to taxpayers at all levels of government. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klein, for your presentation. Are there any questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Welcome, Mr. Klein. I want to just pick up on one of the points that you mentioned. I thought about this over the weekend. It's about heated shelters. And I must admit, on first glance, it looks perfectly normal and a good suggestion. And I've seen it actually in Minneapolis where they have some. But I want to ask you this. Are you aware of the Transit Live, where you can go on your cell phone, go on your landline and so on, and find out when your bus is coming?
Yes, I am.
So I'm wondering if we should just stay with Transit Live. People know when the bus is coming, and they can step out a minute or two before, even if it's just a cold shelter. Which way would you look at that?
It's a fair point. However, not everybody has a smartphone. And a transit system, I think, will work better if we're not relying on a computer to tell us when the next bus is coming. It would be more convenient for everybody, and therefore more likely that people will use it if they can just go to the street where they know the bus will go by and anticipate if one goes past in the next 15 minutes, it'll be okay. Right now, the service level is more like every 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or an hour, given the time of day and what day of the week. And in some places, it wouldn't be very complicated or expensive to have heated shelters. Downtown, for instance, at the Cornwall Center transit stops and at the public library, it would be easy to integrate just a public foyer kind of area like they have in Ottawa for the Rideau Center, where the transitway goes right up to the mall. People get in right out of the mall.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions? Councillor Flagel.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Sitting on the Parks and Community Association and Protective Services, I'm glad to see you came forward because we didn't have much of a delegation on the last meeting, and it's good to hear some of your viewpoints as well. What we need you to do, though, is once we got the review done, once we've done the open houses, please do come back. I'm wondering, are you going to be able to go to these open houses and maybe talk to people around there? And you've mentioned some great things that we already do. Are you going to be able to get there and talk to our city staff?
Yeah, I've been to pretty much all of the transportation master plan presentations, all of the Design Regina presentations, including stakeholder ones, where and that capacity as representing the Regina Car Share Cooperative, which I'm the president of. So I've been involved in trying to improve transit, and I use transit semi-regularly. I don't have to use it for commuting, but I'd prefer not to have to use a private vehicle. So I want to see a much more robust service that's convenient for me to use it.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, I'm looking forward to speaking to you again at some point about this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions? There appear none. Mr. Klein, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And we'll now consider the report before us. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is regarding Transit Review CR 13-4, proposed conventional route changes, and it's something that, again, Mr. Klein just alluded to. There'll be open houses available to the public. Everybody will be invited to come out to the different malls in the city, check the website, and it's just a great way for the community to give us their feedback on the users and anything better we can do to make vast improvements or stay the course. Maybe we're doing the right things. We're not quite sure. So help us out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other comments or questions on the report? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Just to note, I think this is an exciting opportunity for our transit system. A lot of the changes look good. Really, the important part is public feedback. So if there's any transit users here today, make sure that you do take advantage of this, because we've cut down a lot of the ride times by a lot, but it also means that probably some of the routes are a little more complicated. So it's just really important that that feedback loop happens, because I think there will be room for real change if we hear feedback. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Are there other comments on the report? Councillor Young.
Yes, Your Worship. I would really hope to see information asked about paratransit services too. I didn't see that specifically mentioned in the report, but as Mr. Klein brought to our attention, and which I have heard about from many of our residents, paratransit is not fulfilling all the needs that it needs to do right now, and I'd like people to be able to respond to that as well.
I believe this is just for regular transit, not paratransit. Perhaps Mr. Wanzur, you may want to answer that question more directly.
Your Worship, that's correct. This route review is intended to be geared towards regular transit routes. However, we are always accepting feedback on our performance. We accept feedback from the public, both through the 777-7000 line at City Central or direct to the Transit Information Center. And we endeavor to incorporate a number of those comments in our annual budget and work planning.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other questions or comments on the report? Councillor Murray.
Your Worship, I know we have a long night, so I'll make it really quick, and I've just asked the administration for, because paratransit's been discussed here, and I realize that's not on the report, but maybe just a really quick Reader's Digest on how we got to where we're at. I know the provincial funding model was there. We lost that. Now it's wholly on to the citizens of Regina to cover the whole cost. Maybe just a really quick, where are we at?
We're actually straying from the report.
Am I straying too far?
We're actually into paratransit,
okay.
and the report is
and that's cool, Your Worship. I appreciate that. We'll drop that and hold it for another one, but I just wanted to try to get some clarity to that one. But thank you.
Sure, thank you, Councillor Murray. Any other comments or questions?
Just so you know, this is a received file.
Yes, I understand.
I'm just going to move that.
You moved receiving file when you stood up.
Yes.
That's correct. Okay. Councillor Verdure, can you take the chair just for a moment, please?
Go ahead, Your Worship.
It is a long night, but I just want to highlight some of the importance of this report, because we're looking at a complete change, ultimately, of our transit system, the way it's operated. And one of the principles behind this is a more direct service to a place where people want to go, such as the commercial district downtown, the University of Regina. And the report references a more direct service to reduce travel time. The frequency will be added to, and the times between will be added as well. New services, frequent rates, and appropriate vehicles. All this in the mix of a change that will make it more relevant. Because in many ways, if we can have people use transit service, knowing that they can get where they want to go in roughly the same time they'd be driving the vehicle, they may well use transit service. So these are some impressions that were received in the transit investment plan that was done a few years ago. And we welcome the public's input to make it a better service and more relevant to the community. We invest a lot in our transit. We're buying new buses all the time. We want to encourage people to use this service and make it the best that it possibly can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
No other comments on this report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move on to our next delegation, D13-2. Chad Novak, please. Good evening, Mr. Novak. Can you identify yourself, who you represent? You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions from the members of council afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Chad Novak, and there's quite a number of waters up here. I represent the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, and I am here tonight to speak to you about the stadium concept design approval that's before you. I just wanted to thank the Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight regarding the report. With all due respect, I continue to be of the mindset that the stadium project should be considered completely separate from any of the affordable housing projects, because as I've mentioned previously, at the very best, the CP lands are no longer linked in any way at all to the relocation and demolition of the current Mosaic Stadium. At worst, it appears that it's the only justification to use to the average taxpayer that makes this project seem worthwhile in any way. While I commend you for wanting to make a real impact on the housing crisis, I strongly feel that the RRI is not the solution. And we need that solution now, not in 5 to 10 years. I would like to note that I am in full support of Councillor Sean Fraser's statements as published in the January 7th, 2013 edition of the Leader Post. Specifically, I commend Mr. Fraser for standing up for what he believes in, but more importantly, what he feels his constituents believe in. I know myself, I saw the same issues on the doorsteps during the election, and from past interactions with this current City Council, it sounds as if each and every one of you ran into the same concerns. The only difference is how those concerns were addressed. Some chose to rebut those concerns with statements that have no documented evidence of being fact, like the statement about the $150 million renovation, which would be only funded by the City of Regina. As I am sure you are fully aware, I've done my due diligence on this project 10 times over, and I have yet to find any documentation that supports either of these arguments. The best explanation that I have received to date was verbal, and it was from Mayor Fougere, who stated it was a number he trusted from his city administration, and he believed that it had to do with a $109 million price tag in the provincial study plus inflation. Unfortunately, he was unable to support this with documentation, but as he told me, he puts his trust in city administration to do their job, as he should. At the same time, it is my hope that City Council can appreciate the reason why I requested to see documentation of this claim, because it can be very misleading to the general public, who rely on our mayor and city councillors to inform them to the best of their knowledge. Mr. Fraser outlined his concerns for the RRI, and I will mention a couple of them here. His number one issue is about priorities, and how he feels that replacing Mosaic Stadium isn't among our most pressing needs right now. And I wholeheartedly agree with this statement. There are so many other issues that need to be addressed in our great city where we could really use every last bit of finances possible to take care of them. Does it make any sense why we as a city lobby the different levels of government to take care of our crumbling and aging infrastructure while we go and build a new stadium that is nearly identical to what we already have? Sure, it'll be shiny and new, but the reality of it is it will still hold 33,000 people, expandable to only 42,000 for Grey Cups and other events. It should be noted that one of the benefits outlined in the report before you tonight is the fact of the open concourse. And I'm sure that you are also aware that in that same report, it notes that when the seating is expanded to 42,000, that the concourse becomes far less usable. Not to mention the fact that our current stadium seems to be perfectly fine, cosmetically and structurally, to host the 2013 Grey Cup, where we will be expanding our seating to 50,000. Something not attainable in a new stadium. Getting back to priorities, I'll present an analogy to you here. It would be like living at home with your parents, complaining that they haven't done enough to fix up your bachelor pad in the basement, even though you are making a decent income and are only paying them a couple $100 a month in rent, while they are both working full-time, putting food on the table, providing you free cable TV, phone, internet, video games, everything you can imagine. Now, when your parents ask you why you won't chip in for the improvements, you say, "Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I just bought a Corvette. I can't afford to help out. Oh, and by the way, you just maxed out your credit card on accessories for that Corvette, and you use it to deliver pizza." Another point that Mr. Fraser makes is timing. This is an excellent point and one that should not be taken lightly. He mentions about how the government should put money into the economy when it is needed and work on solving market failures like our severe lack of rental and affordable housing when our economy is already hot. It simply does not make sense from an economical standpoint for the government to be willing to pour millions of dollars into a project like the stadium when our economy is on the upswing. Like we should have learned from the past generations, the government should be putting money into make-work projects only during depressed times, similar to how the Legislative Building was constructed and the Government of Canada building on the corner of Vic and Scarth. The problem with putting money into an economy that is already hot is that we already have a severe shortage of labor, the prices are through the roof, and we don't want to burst that economic bubble that we've been so lucky to have for the past 5 years or so. Something that the Regina Chamber of Commerce continues to bring up is how, and I know they will tonight, 55% of respondents to their survey of members support the RRI. What they fail to mention, and I'm sure it'll be not mentioned tonight, is that the average response rate is only 12% of their 1,200 registered businesses. To me, this is almost purposely misleading with the intent to make it sound like there is more support from business community in Regina than there actually is. And finally, Mr. Fraser brings up the number one issue that I have found amongst even the most diehard of RRI supporters, and that being the cost and funding arrangement. Regardless of your personal opinion, the reality of it is this current stadium project that you are reviewing tonight was brand new less than a year ago. I've learned that because I was lambasted by daring to bring up the provincial project at the April 30th, 2012 council meeting. It also has very little in common with the original project that was presented to the general public on April 20th, 2011, where we were promised, and I quote from the Leader Post, Fiacco pointed out that he expects about 75% of the dollars needed to redevelop the 53 acres of the CP lands would come from the private sector. Where are we at now? We aren't touching the 53 acres anymore, and we have zero truly private sector investment. And no, I don't consider the rider fans to be the private sector or the riders. Sadly, the riders aren't even contributing anything of value other than the promise, and I emphasize the word promise, of up to $25 million of sponsor money, of which, if they can't come up with, it's the taxpayers again on the hook. Add to that the fact that somehow the taxpayers are now responsible for cost overruns, even though we were assured that choosing the design-build finance model, all of that risk would be taken by the developer. With that said, we should be learning from our past mistakes, one that was reported to the general public mere months ago, that being the plaza, and understand that there were some serious issues with the planning and execution of that project. And as such, perhaps take some time to breathe here and make sure that we are getting the best bang for our buck. Why rush this project through only to get half the results that the general public truly wants to see? Why not renovate the current stadium to a point that is satisfactory for the fans that pay good money to attend Rough Riders and Rams games and plan accordingly over a 10 to 15-year span, saving along the way? And who knows, by that time, there might be a national or international event that Regina can bid on, and we can even get the federal government to help out, similar to how they are helping with Hamilton. This is why I've been stressing so hard on renovation. Not because I don't think that they're in inadequacy with the current facility. Of course there are. But because I don't feel that the current project that you have before you tonight is the one that you should be going with. And there is nothing wrong with simply going back to the drawing board, admitting your mistakes, and doing this right. No one will hold it against you. Heck, you might even gain more respect because you've made a seemingly very difficult decision. As for those that continue to berate those of us who pushed hard for a referendum and circulated the petition and balk at our results, keep this in mind. There were 10,000 people in Regina alone willing and able to sign the petition to force a public say on that project. I would estimate half of those people I personally spoke to during the petition drive said that they weren't against the stadium project, but they simply wanted a say in the project and didn't agree with the current funding model. What's worse is that they felt that they'd been lied to, because the project that we are currently considering is nothing even close to what the project had been touted around town for over a year, where it was to be a dome stadium on the CP lands. Add to that the legitimate and serious concerns the taxpayers had, including the fact that local businesses were bullied to remove the petition from their establishments, and the Regina Chamber of Commerce and Regina Realtors Association, along with other special interest groups, funding billboards that told people simply not to sign the petition. Not to get informed about the petition, but simply not to sign it. Yes, people can make up their own minds, but not once did we ever go out to people to tell them to sign it. We simply gave them the facts and let them make their own decision to sign it or not. Add to that the thousands of people from outside Regina that couldn't sign the petition, no matter how much they wanted to, because they didn't own property in Regina, even though they will be footing the bill too by provincial funding and the added fee on the rider tickets. Also consider this.
1 minute to go.
All right, thank you. Also consider this. Why do you think some of those people left Regina in the first place? A good portion of them live within a half hour of Regina. I'll let you figure out the reason why. I think it should be obvious. One more thing to note, I would invite each and every one of you to review the provincial study. With all of the above said, I would implore you to consider opposing this motion before you tonight to approve the stadium concept design and in turn the funding document. There is absolutely nothing wrong with going to the taxpayers and asking for their input and learning from the massive mistake that the City Square Plaza has been and continues to be for citizens of Regina. Thank you, and I will now welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Are there any questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation.
Thank you.
Next delegation is D13-17, Jim Elliott. Good evening, Mr. Elliott. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jim Elliott, and I'm here principally with two concerns respecting the concept design as you have before you. First one is the concept design before you today does not include the public input. In the lead up to the development of this concept plan of the proposed stadium, we were told many times that there would be ample time for input from the public in the design of the stadium, that we weren't just being asked what the seat colors should be. There was going to be meaningful input into the design about what was going to be that community stadium. So where are those ideas? If this is to be a community stadium, where is the community in the design of the stadium? Or is it just the same as what was originally proposed? I see nothing in the plans for the stadium other than what was proposed originally. Where are the comments and input from the public reference in this report? Do a few storyboards and a few mall visits or a meeting with a few community stakeholders constitute adequate public input into the design of a stadium that will cost $278 million. Now, my second concern is that the concept design is outlined does not include or in fact discuss some of the current limitations in this design. As was mentioned before, the number of planned seats in the concept plan from the beginning is intended to be 33,000, modifiable to 42,000. Now, this might be seen as the upper limit to the number of seats that can be both financially viable yet allow for some flexibility. And listening to the president of the Saskatchewan Roughriders at the Chamber of Commerce luncheon, the numbers of around 30,000 was what was seen as enough to generate strong season ticket sales and still enough to allow for the spontaneous spectator. But I see this concept design as a major limitation for the future of professional football in Regina. Why this might be considered as a limitation is that the current Mosaic Stadium may have a lower seating level of around 29,000, but the upper limit is much higher, 50,909 in 2003, 52,564 in 1995, as seen in the last two Grey Cups in Regina, and 55,438 were in Taylor Field earlier in that 1995 game prior to the Grey Cup in Regina. Now, by following this current design, are you limiting the financial viability of hosting another Grey Cup in Regina, or in fact making the cost of the tickets out of reach of many more potential customers? 29 out of the 36 Grey Cups in the past had over 50,000 spectators. So is this design cutting out the chance that the City of Regina will ever host a Grey Cup in the future? Now, with this design restriction, along with the other risks that I'll mention later on other portions of the plan, I still believe that the current project should be put on hold while a full, up-to-date, complete reassessment of the option to rejuvenate Mosaic Stadium should be completed. I believe it is in the best interest of I believe it will be seen as more viable and appropriate for the City of Regina and the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for your presentation. Questions of the delegation? There are none, Mr. Elliott. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and we'll consider the report before us. CR 13-5. This is the Regina Revitalization Initiative, Stadium Project Concept Design. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise to bring the CR 13-5, Regina Revitalization Initiative Stadium Project, the concept design approval. On behalf of Executive Committee, I'd like to bring forward CR 13-5, Regina Revitalization Initiative Stadium Project concept design approval. I would like to move that City Council concur in the recommendation of Executive Committee 2. 1. Approve the stadium concept design as described in the concept design summary Appendix A that will be used to base for the development of the RFP documentation, including authorization, the administration to proceed into procurement process for the stadium design and construction. Number 2, and further that the administration be directed to draft development standards for the stadium as permitted exhibition operation in a public service zone in support of location, the facility at Avarice Place. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Are there comments or questions on the report? Yes, Councillor Fraser.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if administration can answer or can speak to Mr. Elliott's question about the capacity.
Schoberg.
Yes, Your Worship. In terms of capacity, and speaking specifically, I guess, to the Grey Cup was some of the discussion. We know that the facility as designed with the 42,000 seat expansion capability will allow the city to host future Grey Cups. That has been confirmed through the CFO in terms of meeting their requirements for a Grey Cup. And we also know, in comparison to some of the other stadium projects across the country, it will actually exceed some of the seating capacity. As an example, in Winnipeg, their new stadium is expandable to 40,000 seats, and so we're quite comfortable that this new design will accommodate future Grey Cups.
Mr. Fraser.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Also, just wondering, I understand that the procurement process, that my understanding is the gist of it is, instead of a traditional method where if prices rise, we have to cover the extra cost, that we set a fixed cost, and then if prices rise, we'll have less design. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to, of this picture we've seen, what of that is for sure to happen, and what might look different through the RFP process. Thanks.
We're getting into the second report on this, but we'll go ahead with this one, Councillor Fraser. This is the next report's a funding model. This is the concept design itself. Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, the connection here, of course, is that this design will be used as a basis for administration to work through the procurement process. And what we will essentially do is convert the various elements in this design into mandatory, recommended, and optional requirements for the bidders to bid on. The work that's been done to date also takes into account estimated costing. So we're comfortable that the various concepts in here have been costed out and compared, including construction inflation during the construction period. So those items have been factored into this process. And what will, in addition, be done is what's called a scope ladder, is looking at the design elements, and to the extent that not all elements can be accommodated within the budget, there'll be a set of preferences in terms of revisions.
Councillor Fraser, you okay?
Will that be public information through the process, or is it tied to the financial side of the RFP? Thanks.
Your Worship, that will be public information. The RFP documentation will be put out to the market and available to anybody that's interested.
Okay. Councillor Hinks.
Thank you. I will be supporting this, and I think it's important that we go ahead as soon as possible. And saying that Taylor Field is perfectly fine, now that is so far from the truth, it couldn't be more, Taylor Field cannot be renovated to up-to-date standards. And there was another comment about more seats. I know if Mr. Hobson were up here right now, he would tell you that if we had 50,000 seats like Toronto or Montreal, the riders wouldn't be able to sell season tickets like they do, and it really would affect their bottom line. I mean, I know if people can just think they can walk up and buy a ticket, the riders would never know what their budget, how to budget or anything by the number of seats, because we would have the same thing happening that's happening there. I also believe it's in a great location with lots of parking and free land, which is another good thing, and it will complement a lot of other events such as the Agribition, the exhibition, the farm show. It's a great place to have it, and I will be supporting it, and it's a great plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor Murray.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I just wanted to draw members' attention to, on page 4 in the recommendations here, there's reference to stakeholders and regulatory interests, and to list a few of them that are here, we've got the Regional Opportunities Commission, we've got the Rams, the Regina Thunder, Soccer Association, High School Athletic Association, Minor Football, the North Central Community Association. I mean, there's a whole list of here. There's a myriad of different groups that we've met with. I wonder if the administration can help us with what other consultations have we done and what other consultations will continue through this process. Obviously, this isn't written and we don't have finalized plans before us that we're approving. This is a very high-level beginning of the process. So maybe just a little bit of a Reader's Digest version on next steps as far as consultation from the community.
Schoberg.
Your Worship, additional items in terms of consultation. Of course, there are a number of materials that the city has made available. All the reports that have been considered on RRI overall and specifically the stadium are available and continue to be available online, as well as referenced earlier, there were sessions publicly at some of the malls and other venues to share some of the details and the concepts. In addition, of course, there are delegations to council speaking on various issues, and the city receives a number of requests for information and explanation, commentary, and so on that are all taken, that are responded to, of course, and all taken into account in the development of the process.
Great, I appreciate that. As a member who sits on the Warehouse District Improvement bid, I know we've had the opportunity to preview and be able to see some of what's coming for us. The bid is quite excited, and the bid is also made up of both residential as well as business members from the Warehouse District community. So, again, we appreciate the work that's gone before, and obviously the work that's still yet to come. So, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. A couple of questions to the administration. Before us is the concept design. So, Mr. Schoberg, if we could begin there, what's important about the size, the footprint that we, in fact, are agreeing to or may agree to?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, I believe there's two elements that go into the footprint. Of course, the number of seats, which we've discussed, is a major factor because it also geometrically and otherwise defines the size of the facility and the overall square footage of the facility, and that in itself is the major cost factor in terms of the capital costs of the facility. So it's not just the seat itself, but everything that needs to encompass that.
Perfect. You might as well stand. We're just going to keep on talking for a little bit here, if you don't mind. So once we have this, and I'm just going to pick a circle. We have a circle. Once we determine the circle, then we can start to determine costs. We understand clearly that in the inside of that, whether it is big shiny or a little less shiny or not shiny at all, will affect the cost. But it is the footprint that matters first. I think that's what I heard you say. In order to determine that footprint, did we do consultations? And I know Councilor Murray refers to a number of people. Did we do consultations on people who would use the facility that would help us determine the size of it?
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, yes, we did. Those are discussed in the report, of course. The riders are a primary user of the facility. In addition, there's a number of community groups, some discussed earlier, the Rams, Thunder, but also a number of community groups in terms of minor football, soccer, basically all those groups that are using the existing facility. And they were asked for the input and feedback, and those comments, of course, were incorporated into this design.
Thank you. So once you got all of that information back from the user groups and the funding groups, did you then, for example, hire an architect?
Schoberg?
Your Worship, of course, we have a number of external advisors, architect being a primary one. In addition, engineering advisors, project management advisors have been some of the key advisors to date.
So those people that were hired, architects, engineers, etc., are there to advise. Can they, in fact, be the ones to build the stadium?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, they cannot. Their sole purpose in this process is to advise the city and look out essentially for the city's best interest through the process. So they will, they have done the work to identify what might be possible within the budget. They will also participate in the procurement process. So they will sit on the evaluation teams and participate there to critique the submissions that come in. In addition, they will assist the city during the construction process, again, to ensure that the design and related requirements are being delivered by the builder.
So this team is working to protect the city's interests and our community's interest and make sure that we get value for money. But are they experienced? Do any of these people build stadiums in anywhere else in the world?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, they do. Of course, the primary two firms being Mott MacDonald from an engineering standpoint are partnered with Pattern Architecture. Mott MacDonald is one of the largest engineering firms in the world, and Pattern Architecture is out of London, England, and has significant involvement in stadiums around the world, and certainly throughout Europe. And in these two firms as well have been involved in setting guidelines and standards for the FIFA stadiums, so international soccer, as well as during the course of this project, they've engaged with the CFL to set standards for the Canadian Football League.
Thank you. So I just make some comments. I think that one of the points that Mr. Schuberg just made is, to me, extremely important. The people that we have hired to make sure that we get value for our money, or that we in fact build a correct stadium, are those same people that are setting some standards that will work for the CFL and other stadiums here. They have worked internationally to work with the International Soccer Federation, called FIFA, to make sure that those standards are met. And by that specifically, you need to understand about sideline safety, size of field, and how that all intertwines, so that in fact it will work to be a stadium for the future, not a stadium for now. I want to remind everybody what we're talking about on this report. This is about a concept design. This is not what the stadium will look like, but this is based on all of the criteria that will end up bringing it to a certain cost element. And from a specific point of view, from mine, I looked at the fact that they have engaged a lot of people, brought professionals on, and really and truly, whether it is green seats or blue seats, I'm going to tell you it doesn't matter to me. But what it does matter to me is that all of the things that all of the groups who are going to use this facility have taken into account are placed in here, and that now we can go out into the world community, basically, and ask to say, can you build it for us at this price is what matters. This is about the concept design. I like what we have, and I appreciate the work that's gone in.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Councillor O'Donnell just answered my first question, was what have we done with the public consultation information we've gotten? So that's already been answered. My other question is about the $150 million that it would take to upgrade Taylor Field and Mosaic Stadium. Where did we get that number? Where can people find information about how we got that number? How come it's still, like, community still questioning about that?
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, that number is a cost estimate based on an initial renovation proposal that was done a number of years ago, 07, 08, with the riders. The cost at that time was roughly $109 million. Was not necessarily a full renovation, but a partial renovation, included north stands and a number of other amenities. Looking at inflation between now and then, of course, you can make various assumptions in terms of what renovations would need to occur, but essentially taking that figure and looking at inflation from now towards some future date of construction is roughly $150 million.
Thank you. And is that document somewhere that people can look at, or does that belong to the riders, or how do we get that information out there?
Your Worship, that is simply a mathematical calculation. Essentially, it's based, of course, in the work that was done previously. The direction and the process that we've taken with this report, of course, is based on Council's vision for the RRI, which included not a renovation, but a relocation of the facility, which would require building new to allow for the development of the Taylor Field neighborhood and a neighborhood revitalization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagle.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the administration. I'm just wondering about the, we're talking about the concept plan and everything, and my understanding is that if this goes through, we will then go out looking for people, businesses, of course, that can do the kind of work that we're asking them to do first, then send out an RFP to that group, or we're not going to just send this out to 50 different organizations. We're going to select 4 or 5. Is this my understanding?
Schoberg, please.
Your Worship, that is the process. Of course, the step prior to that is the material from the concept design will be turned into a documentation to support that RFP. So we'll communicate to the market much much more specific terms the outcomes that we're looking for, but you are correct and be discussed in the later report that we will follow through with a request for qualifications process first. Any firms out there can bid through that process, can participate in that, so it's not limited. And the sole purpose of that process is to shortlist to firms that we're comfortable have the qualifications of can prove that they can actually complete the project successfully, and then from there 3 of those will be invited to participate in the request for proposal RFP process later in the year.
Good, thank you. I just needed clarification on that. Thank you. The other thing is again, we're just talking, and a few other meetings back we talked about weighting, and we talked about all these different types of things, and we used Moose Jaw as an example of using and weighting on their stadium and their hockey rink, and it cost them an extra 25 or 30%. I just heard Councillor Bryce ask the question, Mr. Mayor, on the $109,000 potential renovation.
109 million?
109 million. I'm sorry, 109 million. And now all of a sudden it's 150 million. So in 4 years, we've again increased by what, 30-some%. Can we afford to wait? We know we're going to be doing this type of thing. We know, and this is not a one-off. I've always said this. This is always to do with housing for the North Central. This is to develop Dudney Avenue commercially, residentially, enhance the area, put in a park, connect the downtown. This is all about Regina. It's not just one thing. We looked at 7 years ago, Victoria Avenue. That wasn't for the east people that live in Regina. That was for everybody. The same thing with the Connexus Eventplex. That wasn't just for the Everest Place. That was for everybody. So is this. There's 250 permits being used. I think the concept plan is awesome. I think it's something that's got to be looked at. I like the idea of them going to find the proper builders and then go to tender. That's the only way to do it in my book. So I appreciate all the work that's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Your Worship, I'm wondering about the RRI website. It's been up now for quite a while, but only about a third of the residents, it says, in the city have even heard about that. What are the plans to make that accessible so that people can follow the progress as it goes along?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, that site has been up since roughly September timeframe. As referenced, some of the survey information does identify roughly a third are aware of it. That is increasing here more recently, as well as part of moving forward. There's a communication plan identified to continue to make people aware of the best place to get information related not only to the stadium but the overall revitalization project. So the website is, of course, reginarevitalization.ca if people want to go there, and all the materials related to the project, the documentation around decisions and the concept design, all these kind of things that are being considered here are all available, and we will continue to use that site through the long term for the project and have that as the place to go to get any information you require as a citizen or somebody else in terms of learning more about the project.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hawkins?
Your Worship, I'm wondering if Mr. Schoberg could comment on the environmental, the sustainability, and the accessibility features in the concept design for the stadium.
Mr. Schoberg, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, I think. The environmental and sustainable components, of course, have been looked at in this project. They are discussed in the concept design summary. I would say the environmental and sustainable aspects are probably more limited in terms of this design. The nature of the facility doesn't always lend itself well, and so looked at a number of features, but the use of the facility over the long run tends to be more of a peak and valley type use. So it's there's a lot of people in there for a shorter period of time, and then there are periods where there's less, and so that has factored into some of the elements. That's not to say that it's not still something that we're working through, and of course some of the ideas and concepts that have been considered are in the report. From an accessibility standpoint, it has also been a focus of the work to date. The facility will be fully accessible, and I think from an accessibility standpoint will be a significant improvement over the existing facility because it'll be designed from the beginning, and the availability of seating and all that, those various amenities will not be necessarily centralized into one area, but those with accessibility requirements will have that opportunity to use the stadium wherever they'd prefer to sit and use the various amenities in a simple and easy fashion.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkinson. Any other comments? Okay, you'll be closing debate, so we'll go to Councillor Burnett first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. My question actually is an extension of Councillor Bryce's question regarding the $150 million, and I address it again to Mr. Schoberg, that when you're working with the funding partners, and I know it came up in a couple of presentations, coming from the provincial government side of the world, my past career, I know the government at the provincial level always found it difficult to put money into existing facilities for upgrades, and similarly at the federal level, there's mention of the Hamilton Stadium, and my information is that they got funding for their stadium because they were hosting an international event, and that any other sort of stadium that didn't meet that criteria. Have you had some of those questions or discussions? Because I guess my question is that the money, the $150 million that's kind of on the table from the province, both loans and others, can't really be put into a used facility, or similarly with the federal, if you could just give me a little better explanation around their rules.
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, on a couple fronts, Councillor is correct. There is no federal funding here, and the other facilities that have received it because of the types of events that they're hosting. So, for instance, the Pan Am Games in Hamilton specifically and around the Toronto area, a number of the facilities are supportive of that games bid. From a provincial standpoint, we certainly have received a clear direction from the province that they would not be putting money into a renovated facility, that a new facility was the path that worked from their perspective. So, of course, this plan, the concept of funding, all the rest of those things have been developed on that basis. I think the other element maybe to consider from a renovation standpoint is there is also a higher degree of risk from a project and construction standpoint. It is hard to determine the actual costs, just as if you're renovating your house or things of that nature. Sometimes once you tear stuff and find out what's behind the walls or under the floorboards, you find things that you didn't really plan to begin with, and it adds to the cost. So it is harder to peg the actual cost of a renovation. I can't say for sure if that's part of the decision making. We're not privy, obviously, to the decision making at a provincial and federal level, but that potentially is a factor.
There's only one round of discussions on motion for council. Councillor, before I give you the chair for closing debates, I'd like to ask you to take the chair, please.
Okay. Go ahead, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a couple of comments. I want to draw members to page 4 of the report. And I know that Councillor Moore, you raised this initially, but I want to talk a bit about public consultation at one level. And what we have is a concept design that we're approving tonight that really is subject to significant public consultation on those user groups that will make this truly a community facility. And I'm going to read them out for the record so people know who has been discussed, among others, has been the Regina Regional Opportunities Commission, the Regina Rams, the Regina Thunder, the Regina Soccer Association, the Regina High School Athletic Association and Minor Football, the North Central Community Association and Urban Aboriginal Representatives, and representatives from the Department of National Defense Armory, because we're near that site where they're going to be, Regina Downtown Bid, the Warehouse District, emergency measures, and then the city's building standards. It's important to know that this group that were consulted will make this a community facility, and we will have high school football and soccer here that will be a great focal point for our community. The concept design features also on page 4, I'll just go over them very quickly here, is a modern innovative design, and this has been on the website. It is a different and unique, only one in Canada, like in North America, that looks like this, a spectator roof. Central location close to downtown within Arvez Sports and Entertainment Complex. So we're centralizing our entertainment and sports facilities into one area, which it helps us use these for a multi-purpose facility. A new plaza and outdoor space for events. I know one of the delegations we'll hear a bit later tonight talks about how much this will rejuvenate North Central, where we have Continuation Park that will be all rejuvenated and rehabilitated. The sunken bowl design, accommodated 33,000 with the ability to expand for larger events, also very important. Again, spectator roof, which I just talked about. A roof-ready facility, and a variety of lounges and suites that can be used year-round. This is what makes it so very different compared to the current stadium. These will be heated, be used all year round for a number of facilities all year round that can be rented. And of course, the modern fan amenities, including individual seats and with better views. I suggested this stadium that is being designed is completely separate and distinct from our current stadium for obvious reasons, the way it looks. And it will be used by many people. Through Mr. Deputy Mayor to the administration, I want to, again, just talk quickly about the consultation that took place in the collaboration with our engineering and architects. I know Councilor O'Donnell mentioned that, but this is an important point because we're looking at a concept design and we're going out to the market to say, we know what can be built for this price. We know what can be done. We have a series of compulsory elements and desirable elements that might be in here. We're going to allow you to have some sense of creativity within this envelope of spending, but we are certain what the market price will be, to the extent that we are now going to throw this out as a design, build, finance, because we know what it would actually cost to build a stadium for $250 million. That's the actual price of the stadium. Now, just, am I getting this correct, Mr. Schoberg? That is exactly what we're doing?
Your Worship, that is correct in the sense that that has been the process to use the expert advisors to guide us in terms of the concept and tie it back to the cost so that we can go to market with more confidence.
I raised that point, Mr. Deputy Mayor, because we could do it another way, which is simply to throw out a tender to say, can you just build the stadium for us? And we could be subjected to a whole variety of prices coming back that could be outlandish or could be much lower that may never meet our expectations. So again, through you to the administration, a comment on a more traditional form of asking this to be built. There would be higher risks involved because we wouldn't have done the homework to know what there was been designed by our engineers and architect consultants.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, that certainly is correct. A more traditional process is one that we have not proceeded with because of the risks involved. And so as we move through the P3 process, one of the early elements is as described in terms of being very clear on what we'd like to achieve with the facility and making sure that there's a good, strong cost estimate to support that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Deputy Mayor. One last question, and relates to cost overruns. And I'd like to be clear on that because, again, because of the way we have put the package together, we're relatively certain on costing. Through you to the administration, in the event that there is a cost overrun, is it fair to say that we will be knowing this throughout the stages of construction because the builder is actually paying for that construction as time moves forward, and that we will have, through allocation of monies through up to substantial completion, knowing what would be done, we have control over that or understanding of it. But if there is a cost overrun, there are ways to change the design that would accommodate those kind of changes. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there's a couple elements in that question. That first off, of course, the early work will determine that. The RFP process specifically is intended to determine that, so that the building firm, the project co that will design and build the facility will bring their own design to it and look at the cost and submit a cost. It is a competitive process, of course, And so those firms will be looking to deliver the best design possible within the budget. Of course, the ongoing mechanism has a performance-related system where funds will be held back during the course of the construction to ensure that the requirements are being met and delivered. So I think that provides some additional comfort moving into this next stage.
Thank you for that, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I have complete confidence in the process that has been put forward by the administration recommended. We have seen this for a number of months before the election, during the election time period, and since then reports have come to council. They've very clearly talked about an innovative way, a creative way to ensure that we're going to get what we're going to get for the money that we're putting forward. The RFP process, what Mr. Shoberg just spoke about, gives me great comfort, and I know members of council great comfort to know that we will keep under the cap. We will have this on time and under budget or on budget compared to a traditional way of tendering. Very confident in this one. The end result that we're going to get from this design is an incredibly innovative stadium used by the community and the riders too, that will benefit us for years to come, and just the beginning of the revitalization for downtown, the change for downtown, for where Taylor Field is and then CP Lands. We'll talk about that in the next report, what that means for our community. But this is the beginning stage of a very exciting rejuvenation for downtown, and I'm more than happy to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Findura to close debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. If you allow me, first, before I close the debate, a couple questions, and then I'll close it with a comment. To you, Your Worship, to the administration, one question I'd like to do is ask about the stormwater, like water retention. It's a pretty large facility. How are we going to, and it goes into Councillor Hawkins' question of environment. How are we handling that? Through you, Mr. Shoberg.
Your Worship, the project team is undertaking a serviceability study that will engage engineers, civil engineers to guide the requirements for stormwater, wastewater, things of that nature. So within the overall budget allocation for the stadium, the $278 million, $28 million of that has been allocated for site preparation related work, which would include some of those utilities, stormwater, wastewater, and those kind of initiatives.
Thank you, to Your Worship. Just one more question here. I'm looking at the design in the stadium, and I can't help by looking at it and feeling that this facility, it looks like it'd be a four-season facility. What's so different about what we're building to what we have for some other places in the world? To Your Worship.
Mr. Shoberg.
Your Worship, there's a couple elements here. As referenced earlier, it is a four-season facility. Of course, the playing surface is three-season itself, but there are a number of other elements of the facility that will be used year-round for trade shows, weddings, banquets, a host of other events, and will connect in more directly to the broader Everaz Place facility, so making it more of a multi-purpose park overall. In addition, the facility will have a spectator roof, as discussed. So the fans essentially will have some shelter from the elements, and the concept design also speaks to utilizing both the sun and the wind to best advantage in terms of heating and cooling people during the various seasons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will close the debate with couple comments. I like to see the idea of community, which you yourself alluded to that. Because if we don't have as a community facility, I don't think I'll be able to afford to have my son play, because I think the cost of having for-profit. So that's why the question was asked to me, community. Anywhere in the world, especially for us, we need to look after our community, and that's one part about that. Second part, Your Worship, is as Councillor Hinks usually always alludes, I love soccer. And for me to see the design, actual FIFA, somewhere down the line here, I'll be able to enjoy a game of soccer without going too far from home. And that always pleases me. But what really pleases me is the community involvement with the nonprofit and being ours. And it's something that we need to be proud of. as a community. And another comment I have, Your Worship, is what are the costs of not doing? What does that cost us? To me, cost of inactivity, not doing, or just deferring or saying, well, maybe 10, 20 years from now, I think that would be more costly than what we do. So I do agree, let's move on forward, let's do this, it's good for our community. So from the Executive Committee, we ask for concurrence. Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Ferndura. We've all had our chance to say in the matter, and also I'll answer the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll move on to the next set of delegations, D13-3, Rhonda Pohl. Rhonda Pohl here. Is Rhonda Pohl here? Appears she may not be here, and she may be back later, but for the... Ms. Paul, good evening. If you could state your name, who you represent, and you have 10 minutes to make your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards. And please stick to the script that's been submitted to the Council.
Amber, my name's Rhonda Pohl, and she may have informed you that I have condensed my script. There are no additions. There are many deletions. I do not have the luxury of electronic devices, so I had submitted a paper, and she had responded to me with some feedback that I could, in fact, do this.
Okay.
So, thank you. Mayor, councillors, members of the press, fellow speakers, and citizens in the gallery, I thank you for this opportunity to address the Regina Revitalization Initiative, project funding and financing. My name, again, is Rhonda Pohl, and I've lived and worked in Regina for 38 years. I represent not only myself, but the 107,000 Regina taxpayers who neither voted for this council nor for a stadium. Regina Revitalization Initiative. What a dizzying marketing spin. It sounds wonderful, but it is completely and deliberately misleading. Council's Regina Revitalization Initiative refers only to the expensive construction of a single sport facility that hosts games only 10 times a year. Nothing else. No immediate revitalization of any truly necessary amenity or service, but a great many social economic amenities truly require revitalization and the immediate attention and consideration of this administration. All true revitalization issues must be included, valued, and counted as contributing social economic factors in calculating the final sum of any financial equation that discusses an enormous tax-funded expenditure such as a stadium. I agree that a true Regina Revitalization Initiative is desperately needed. I do not agree that a new stadium is necessary. Football is not philanthropy. The CFL and the Rough Rider organization are private for-profit businesses. Regina councillors have not been endorsed to underwrite and secure the continued profitability of any privately owned national sports organization. Regina councillors were elected to take care of the needs of our community. Stadium building is not community building. Stadium is not a necessity. The shine wears off a new stadium quickly. One Prairie Dog issue featured an informed article about the rise and demise of stadiums, including examples of a half-dozen abandoned U.S. stadiums no longer in use. Edmonton provides a recent example closer to home. Unlike Saskatchewan's recent boom, Alberta has enjoyed generations as a have province. In Edmonton, city of affluence, seat of provincial governance, home to 2 national sports teams, Edmonton's councillors have shown true political leadership. Civic Civic politicians canceled a lopsided cost-sharing deal for a new hockey sports arena that would have seen taxpayers held up for ransom for the profit of private business. Taxpayers and ticket buyers were to build the facility. The city would own it and try to recoup the costs by extra property taxes to be built around the facility. But following 4 years of public debate, Edmonton city councillors were compelled to cancel the deal, citing issues of fuzzy numbers, shifting statements, bluster, brinkmanship, and revisionist history. Sound hauntingly familiar? While I do not agree with that a new stadium is necessary, I completely agree that a true Regina Revitalization Initiative is desperately needed to address an abundance of city shortfalls. To build their stadium, Regina's council demands hundreds of millions from taxpayers in a city where residents face a significant deterioration in housing affordability. Indeed, Regina's household debt related to housing is one of the highest in the country. Nationally, the 2012 Affordability Index for a detached bungalow stood at 42% of income. That means an owner would need to spend 42% of pre-tax annual income to pay for mortgage payments, utilities, and property taxes. For citizens in Regina, the amount of income to service home ownership continues to be higher than long-term averages, and as local home prices spike, Regina homeowners' budgets are stretched beyond their limit. Still, Regina plans to increase its 30-year debt up to $200 million on the backs of taxpayers. Statistics Canada reported that at 1.5%, Saskatchewan's annual inflation rate is above the national average of 1.2%. Regina, however, inflation rate sat at 1.6%. For those of you interested, Saskatoon at only 1.3%. Yet, local politicians at all levels of government boast about the new housing construction boom that is epidemic in Regina. Such rapid expansion definitely requires revitalization of Regina's services, utilities, and amenities. It does not require a new stadium. Currently, Regina's administration cannot keep up with the infrastructure needs created by new construction, let alone maintain the amenities that Regina formerly enjoyed. All levels of government use new housing as a way to download their large financial challenges directly onto new home buyers. Regina's administration has deliberately exacerbated and eroded Regina's housing affordability to extreme levels rarely seen in this country. Yes, building permits are up. But to pay for the infrastructure the council cannot afford, Regina councillors download their financial challenges onto new home buyers. Stu Nebergall, President and CEO of Regina and Region Home Builders Association, says that construction and development levies and fees by any level of government is always a cost that is passed directly onto new home buyers. This is without exception. In Regina, every level of government takes this approach with an ever-expanding list of levies and fees that are often in the thousands and sometimes the tens of thousands of dollars per home. This is why Regina has a serious housing affordability problem and why Regina's household debt related to housing is excessively high compared to national averages. Still, Regina plans to increase its 30-year debt up to $200 million to build a stadium. Provincially, Saskatchewan's posterity is gone. Recent government cuts and slashes, not only to the arts and university art programs, speak loudly of austerity, all due to our province's lack of money. Meanwhile, Brad Well is busy reinventing provincial funding. His government recently gave itself a $120 million dividend from Sask Power, some of which is rumored to cover Wall's stadium commitment. Federally, the Canadian Index of Well-Being reveals that Canada's standard of living and our overall quality of life shows a considerable backslide since 2008. Canada's GDP, gross domestic product, grew by 28.9% between 1994 and 2010. But Canada's living standards dropped 24%. Inequality is growing. The Canadian Index of Well-Being recommends making better investments in people and communities, including public transit, and it's particularly child development. This is a must-read for Regina councillors who would build a stadium instead of their community. October 2012, Parliamentary Budget Officer Kevin Page confirmed that federal cost cutting continues to shift financial burdens to provinces that in turn download to municipalities. Page's report calculates a fiscal gap of 2% of gross domestic product. For those of you who don't know what this is all about, that's $36 billion. Page cautions all governments to be fully aware of the fiscal track they are following to ensure that they make the right policy decisions. Have any Regina councillors read or understood Page's report? November 2012, when Canada's national debt hit $600 billion, Harper's government conceded that we will not see a fiscal surplus before 2017.
Ms. Pohl, you have 1 minute to go.
Forgive me?
You have 1 minute to go.
Thank you. Where were we at? I apologize. Okay. Harper continues to make every possible cut to reduce expenditures. The social economic repercussions will resonate for decades. There is no immunity from global economic strife. Regina is already affected. Still, Council plans to increase its 30-year debt up to $200 million for a stadium. Before Regina councillors convict and shackle an entire generation of Regina citizens to over 30 years of unforgiving, unnecessary debt, I strongly recommend that every member of this council and administration acquire a comprehensive understanding of the disordered and unstable global, continental, national, provincial, and yes, municipal and civic economies that still struggle to crawl out of the chasm created by the Great Recession of 2008.
Ms. Pohl, your time has expired. Thank you very much.
My speech has ended. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. We'll move to our next delegation, Mr. Chad Novak, D13-4. Mr. Novak, if once again you can identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you for that. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor, City Councillors. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak to you tonight regarding the report that is before you about the stadium project funding and financing. I won't get into specifics on the current funding arrangement because I think that pretty much every angle of that has been beaten to death by many, many great people and will be again tonight. What I want to address is my concerns with how we, as a city, are prioritizing our spending. Recently, the proposed 2013 City of Regina budget was released, and in it was a 4.45% property tax increase, along with an anticipated 0.45% increase from the stadium project. Add to that the extra 9% that has been added to our city's water bills each year for the past few years and is projected to continue, and the $95 that is to be charged on the curbside recycling. I should also note that the city water is 55% higher than our counterpart in Saskatoon.
Novak, you please stick to
I am trying, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me. Order, please.
And
Mr. Novak, order, please. I'd ask you to stick to.
I am doing that, sir.
No deviation from the text. You can continue.
I will. Don't worry. This is a very short speech, so I have 10 minutes. And the increase to landfill entry fees, and you will quickly see how there are taxpayers that are seriously concerned about how our tax dollars are being spent. What begins as a simple 4.5% tax increase, which is the highest in 10 years, quickly escalates. And however you choose to look at it, that is extra disposable income that the residents of Regina no longer have. As such, I feel that it should be your obligation as City Council to ensure that our spending priorities are correct, and we maximize the value for every dollar that is put out. As such, I do not feel that our City Council and administration has this funding model even close to right. As I mentioned in my previous delegation, the funding model has been the #1 issue amongst even the most die-hard of RRI supporters. They felt that they've been deliberately lied to by presenting a project in April 2011 that promised a domed stadium on CP lands with a great connection to downtown, 75% private sector funding, and now it's an open-air stadium on Evraz Place with no easy connection to downtown and literally zero private sector investment. Now, you can argue all you want that the Riders fans facility fees is considered private sector investment, or the $25 million that the Riders have promised to arrange through sponsorships. But in reality, the general public were expecting to see some true private sector corporate investors. Why would they feel that way? Because again, from April 20th, 2011, the Leader Post article, I quote, Fiaco wouldn't identify potential private sector partners and said it was important not to, quote unquote, jump to conclusions about what type of facility or what it's going to look like. But he said other announcements are forthcoming. So, what were these announcements that were forthcoming? The investment by the taxpayers of Saskatchewan and Regina thrice over, or the Riders' money that is coming from sponsorships that they currently are already able to get. You keep in mind also that thanks to Mr. Fraser bringing this issue up at the last Executive Council meeting, the Riders' current $8 facility fee that they essentially hold in trust for the City of Regina as per City administration is another lost revenue that is currently used to maintain and upgrade the current facility, which was actually the monies that were used in the $14 million Grey Cup Legacy project. I can't tell you how many times I've heard the City Council say that that was all the Riders' money, when in reality, it was money that, yes, the Riders were trusted with, but it was not from their bottom line at all. And now, that $8 facility fee is gone, replaced by a $12 facility fee that is to be 100% contributed towards the $100 million loan from the province that the City of Regina is taking out. It should also be noted that the City of Regina and in turn taxpayers are also on the hook for the interest on said loan, just for clarification purposes. Speaking now to the risk side of things, again, this is something that should be paid serious consideration and not be taken lightly. In your report, there are several risks that are outlined, including, but not limited to, the use of borrowed funds for other projects being jeopardized, the effect on the city's credit rating, the ability to extend the credit limit for future projects, and something that I am very concerned with, that being the interest rate security and potential for bankruptcy of our city that if there is an economic crisis here that has affected other parts of the world recently. And it has happened recently to a city in California. So I would recommend that this issue be taken rather seriously. I would much rather our city go into record debt levels for improving the needed infrastructure than a want item like the stadium. And I'm confident a majority of Regina taxpayers would agree with that. The general public has raised serious issues over the mismanagement of the City Square Plaza project. And depending on how you look at it, now how its total cost was actually 2 to 4 times the budgeted price. And one of the cautions in that feedback report was to have a proper planning process for future capital projects to ensure this kind of thing doesn't happen again. What assurance do we, the Regina taxpayers, have to show that you have learned from this project and its serious flaws? How can we honestly put our faith in a civic government that couldn't properly manage a $6 million project, to properly plan and execute a $300 million project? Also, what happens if the RFPs come back to you with a projected cost of over the expected $250 million price tag? What is your plan if the RFP comes to you, or does come in under that price tag, but in a year, the cost of concrete has just doubled? What do you do then, when the project is past the point of no return? What contingencies have you built into this project to prepare for these possibilities? I would hate to get to the point where it's either seats or planks, and just because of cost concerns, you choose the planks. I mean, that's one of the major benefits that you are touting for going with this new project, isn't it? And at that point, it's either compromising on the luxury of the stadium or increasing the project costs. These are the tough decisions that you are going to have to make in the future. I would feel far more assured if you have answers for them now and not wait until that happens. With all of the above said, I would once again like to ask you, implore you, to consider opposing this motion before you tonight for the stadium project funding and financing. Thank you, and I will now welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. For your presentation, any questions of the delegation? If there are none, you can return to the gallery and we'll move on to our next delegation. Next delegation is D13-5, Terry Sleva. Good evening, Ms. Lee. If you could state your name, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there will be questions from Councillor afterwards.
Hello, Your Worship. Could you put me down a bit? Sorry, Your Worship, City Council members. I'm not representing anyone but the disability community. With me is Loreen Rich. My name is Terry Sleva, and I will be speaking with reference to RI, Stadium Project Funding and Financing document. On page 10 of that document, it states the city will have a major debt, implication borrowing up to $200.4 million by 2015 for this stadium project. The debt decision could impact other capital infrastructure projects, such as the wastewater treatment plant. No money for the badly needed wastewater treatment plant. Now that is terrible. However, my particular concern this evening is that given the enormous cost of the stadium project, there is unlikely to be any money even for small projects, such as the following accessibility matters. Snow removal. There has been some improvement in this area. However, to make Regina truly accessible, all sidewalks need to be clear of snow. The city must take the responsibility either to clear the snow or to enforce existing snow removal bylaws. Pedestrian walk buttons. Pedestrian walk buttons in winter are permanent impediments to mobility. What we need are automatic walk buttons, so people don't have to struggle to reach them. Please remove the pedestrian walk buttons that exist. Curb cuts. Physical barriers in the environment often make it difficult for people with disabilities to fully participate in the life of the community. Decaying and crumbling curb cuts, sidewalks, and roadways represent obstacles for all. Please fix them. Designated parking spots. Basically, what we have in Regina is on your honor parking, where people say, I'll just be a minute. The honor system parking has no honor in Regina. Why won't the city do more to enforce the designated parking bylaw? In conclusion, I urge you to vote against the stadium project so that the city will have sufficient funds to make Regina a better place for all of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sleva, for your presentation. Are there any questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much for your presentation. You can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation. I'd ask Leslie Farley to please come forward. If you could state your name, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and you may have questions of you afterwards. If you press the blue button on the podium, there you go.
Your Worship, City Council, my name is Leslie Farley. I live in the Heritage area, and I am here to say that I'm against the city's plans to fund the RRI Stadium project. I believe that taxpayer dollars would be better used by renovating the existing Mosaic Stadium and then preserving our existing community centers, outdoor pools, libraries, those just to name a few. This could happen at a fraction of the cost it would take to build this proposed stadium. I swim at the very busy Maple Leaf outdoor pool that is presently under consideration for closure. I go to this pool every summer, and I've been doing that for the last 5 years. It's a popular place, and I see a lot of poor and working class people and families use this pool. I also see 10 to 12 kids from my block there, often on a daily basis, and most of these kids don't go to summer camps. Some of the kids' families don't have cars, so they don't get out of town very much. Many of these kids are on the street around 10:30 in the morning, and they come in and out of their houses to hang out with their pals on the street until sundown. Most of the kids are pretty good kids. Some do stupid things like breaking bricks from one of my neighbor's backyards, and sometimes I've caught them running up on the roofs of vehicles in our back alley, just once. One time, we found some of my husband's tools left out in the park across from our place. When I see these kids do things, I do go and stop them, but I really feel for them. I know that they're really bored out of their minds. This past summer, I said to some boys, "Hey, I know you're bored, but you can't break these bricks. They belong to someone else." And one of the boys replied, "It doesn't matter. He doesn't mind if we break them." I then asked him, "Really? Then let's go to the guy's door and ask him if he minds." The kid, of course, pulled back and said, "No, it's okay." And then him and his friends took off. When I think of these kids, I think about how great it is that our city funds this free pool, the Maple Leaf pool, for them to use every summer. There's a lunch program at the pool, and they have learn how to swim programs, and the kids have a blast at the pool. They can cool off with their families and friends. And from the standpoint of our community, these kids stay out of trouble. It really matters that the Maple Leaf pool is around. There's a couple things that could improve the pool. The shower and sink taps could be updated. The kids don't always turn off the taps. And I think that updating the taps with timers would fix the problem. It would be a relatively cheap fix compared to knocking down the pool and then spending a ton of money on a spray pad that really only serves small kids. I can't ever remember being excited by a spray pad, except maybe when I was 5 or 6, though. I don't even think we had them when I was a kid. Whereas a pool is fun for the whole family. So that's why I think about the city's idea to close the Maple Leaf pool while planning to invest in a new place for the riders to play. I think of this shift of welfare going towards corporations rather than communities that need it. Wealthier Regina people can talk all they want about welfare families and them needing to get their lives together and be self-sufficient. But then these same people argue how important it is to fund an already successful CFL franchise so that they can have a glitzier place to play a game. I wonder, is this a case of corporate welfare? If the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club Incorporated wants a new field, let them invest the funds. Alternately, the city could charge the Roughriders a suitable rent. that pays for the construction and continued maintenance of the new stadium, and have this football club sign a binding contract to this agreement. Personally, I think the stakeholders in this project are a little blinded by their ambitions to make a new Rough Rider playing field, a new stadium. And my question is how questionable is it for the city to fund a new stadium for Rider fans and then plan to close an outdoor community pool that poor and working class families use all summer? It's for this reason that I'm here to tell you to knock on the doors of the 10 to 12 kids who live on my block and ask them if they will mind you closing down one of the most amazing features of their neighborhood, the Maple Leaf Pool. Ask them what they do during the summer. Ask them if they go to Saskatchewan Rough Rider games. Ask them if they'd be happy with a spray pad to replace their community pool. I feel mean now with what I'm saying to you guys, but it's true. If you're scared to ask them, then it's time to scurry off, like I told those boys who got caught breaking my neighbor's bricks. Call off the wrecking ball to our pool. Do the right thing. Designate funds that you prefer go to a new stadium and put those funds into keeping alive a great and free community pool. You do already have a stadium. You don't really need another one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Friday, for your presentation. Are there any questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. We'll move to Delegation 13-7, Angela Barth. Angelica Barth, sorry about that. If you identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation as well.
Hello, my name is Angelica Barth, and I'm here representing the Queen City Tenants Association. So there might be a stadium, a new home for the Riders in just years to come. Too many years later, given we are in a housing crisis now, housing is planned on the present site of Taylor Field. While this housing project is certainly welcome, it will come far too long from now, considering there are more than ever people just one paycheck from becoming homeless. Many of these people are renters, not only to mention many citizens that remain homeless in our city today. Perhaps, if the City Council wants to be informed, they would like to conduct a homeless study of their own, a homeless count, in order to learn the true extent of this desperate situation that many of our citizens endure. While some have said that the present stadium is a blight on our city, homelessness is truly the blight of our city. Overfilled housing shelters indicate that we still have a housing crisis, especially given that the number of homeless is upwards of 3 times the population in the shelters at any one time, since it's simply virtually impossible to count people living under bridges and that move frequently and such situations like that. So we need a housing solution now, not a stadium, and they are competing issues. Why is there no multi-million-dollar loan to support housing for our citizens rather than a self-supporting sports team whose members have their own team home already and certainly their own individual homes? Why is the City Council proposing to cut local pools due to lack of funding when these costs are only a fraction of the proposed funding needed for the stadium? City pools will not put this city into debt. The stadium most certainly will. The local community pools are needed especially by the low-income communities, the very communities and the very locations where the proposed pool cuts are to take place. As the stadium is structurally sound, a new stadium is not needed, but pools in our city certainly are.
Ms. Barth, are you still on your report?
Yes, I am.
What page
However, if the stadium is approved, the QCTA, which we of course hope the stadium is not approved, but if it should be, the QCTA has two basic requests on behalf of the homeless, low-income earners, and renters. First, keep the pools open in low-income and high rental areas of Regina. Given that the proposed MUO will impose an additional property tax amount to be levied on all property owners for the purposes of contributing to paying for the stadium, and that this amount of property tax will increase each year, compounding the amount of property taxes paid by property owners each and every year for 10 years. And these
Ms. Barth, I'd like to know where you are on your report.
Well, on my printout, I'm on page 2.
Okay.
The indented portion. And these additional property tax increases over 10 years will inevitably be passed on to renters by the property owners and landlords. The QCTA requests that renters and low-income earners, as defined by those whose income is less than the current LICO low-income cutoff income, be allowed to have refunded to them the value equivalent of the tax increases they will inevitably pay through higher rents when landlords pass the property tax increases levied upon them for the stadium. And that this tax be refunded fully, tax fund refund be supported fully by the City of Regina and business community who stand to benefit the most from this stadium more than any other group. We request that this refund policy, because this additional tax upon low-income earning citizens and renters will undoubtedly cause an additional financial burden upon those who are already stretched beyond their means. Stretched beyond their means as they try to make ends meet and pay rent in a rental market that has been and continues to be inflated and unaffordable. I want to add that it was recently reported in the Metro, as other newspapers, that Regina is among the most unaffordable cities in all of Canada. This is recent in the last couple of weeks. This tax refund for Regina renters is justified on the same basis on which the riders have in the past received tax relief on their rent of Taylor Field. Given that the riders have received tax relief when they were suffering, it is only fair that renters receive the same grace as they are now suffering. Regina renters are citizens and therefore are equally as valued as the riders and their fans. As the vast majority of low-income earners and the vast majority of renters are struggling to pay rent and in general are less likely to be able to afford tickets to either Taylor Field events or events held in the new proposed stadium due to the stressed financial situation, why would it be considered fair to impose upon them the expenses of paying for something they cannot adequately use or access? Adding an additional financial burden to renters and low-income earners to support a recreation and entertainment facility is not fair and does not make sense when this extra expense would contribute to putting these vulnerable citizens on the street. Many renters' incomes are only barely sufficiently enough to pay rent, their own rent, let alone contribute to pay for a new home for any group which is adequately able to support themselves. We would welcome any reasonable offers in response to our request to assist in providing relief to Regina renters. In addition to the low-income earners and renters receiving refunds of taxes imposed upon them to pay for the stadium, we would ask the City of Regina Council invite all community groups and organizations to the City of Regina discussions related to housing, rental issues, and homelessness. As you can see today and have in the past, there are many groups representing many of our vulnerable and valuable citizens. As these community groups and organizations have today, as in the past, invested much time and effort on behalf of their citizens, we ask that these groups and organizations, on behalf of the citizens of Regina they represent, be consulted for their input in the future, such as the planned housing summit proposed earlier by Mayor Forger. In this way, the voice of all citizens on housing will be truly heard. On behalf of our valued and vulnerable citizens, We look very much forward to working with you, the Regina City Council, to eradicate this unnecessary, unjust, and blight on our city, homelessness and the housing crisis, and to hasten the creation of affordable housing policies, programs preventing further financial hardship endured by renters. We strongly insist this council to work toward creating the best city through having zero homeless citizens. And a special thank you goes to Sean Fraser. In his short time on council, has demonstrated loyalty to the voice of the public, worthy of emulating by other council members. Thank you, Sean Fraser.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. We'll move to our next delegation, D13-8, Florence Stratton. Good evening, Ms. Stratton. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. We ask you to please stick with the script that you have in front of you, and you have 10 minutes for the presentation, maybe questions afterwards.
My name is Florence Stratton. I'd like to begin by thanking the Office of the City Clerk for rescheduling Executive Committee and City Council meetings, so there's now more days between them. As a result, delegations to City Council will not have to scramble quite as much to get their presentations ready on time to meet the Thursday 1 p.m. submission deadline. It was no doubt painstaking work to do all the rescheduling. I speak for quite a few of us here this evening when I say we are very grateful to you for doing this. Next, I wish to make some comments on the RRI Stadium Project Funding and Financing document. It is a very alarming document. First, as the document itself makes clear, the funding model is extremely flawed, subject to all kinds of risk. Risk factors listed in the document include cost overruns, which are very likely given the size of the project, an increase in interest rates, less than expected rider game attendance, an increase in stadium maintenance costs. The funding model is like a house of cards. If any of the assumptions on which it is based changed, the model will collapse, and the stadium will cost even more than the projected $632.2 million. Who will pay? Who else but Regina residents, who are already on the hook for $261.9 million in property taxes for the stadium, plus their portion of provincial taxes to cover the province's $80 million contribution. Even more alarming is the stadium document's warning about the major debt implication of borrowing up to $200.4 million for the stadium. This huge debt means the city will have great difficulty financing really urgent capital projects such as the wastewater treatment plant. It also means current facilities and programs are liable to be cut. Last week, the city announced it was thinking of closing 2 outdoor swimming pools and tennis courts. Unlike these stadiums, these facilities have the potential to improve the health and welfare of all Regina citizens. Will they be the first casualties of the stadium project? To make matters even worse, according to the document, this $633.2 million stadium will have a, quote, 30-year life cycle. It is, in effect, a throwaway stadium. I fail to understand how anyone in good conscience can vote in favor of the stadium project. While it will benefit contractors and developers and realtors, it will do harm to the majority of Regina citizens. However, arguing against the stadium is not my only reason for appearing before you this evening. I'm also here to argue for affordable rental housing, the lack of which is a major concern of many Regina citizens for whom the stadium is not a priority. Every time one of us comes before City Council every time one of us comes before City Council to make a case for affordable housing, Council responds either by reminding us that over the last 2-year period, Council spent $2 million on affordable housing projects, or by asserting that the RRI includes affordable housing. This time, I'm hoping to get some satisfaction. Are you aware that Council spent $2.1 million, about the same amount it spent on affordable housing over a 2-year period, just to get the stadium project off the ground? Are you aware that Regina is experiencing an affordable rental housing crisis right now? That the city's rental vacancy rate is 1%, the lowest in the country? That even if there is some affordable housing on the RRI plan, it won't be available for at least another 7 years? In an effort to move the discussion forward, I'm not going to begin by asking Council to allocate to affordable housing projects the $633.2 million it plans to spend in the stadium, although that is what I think you should do. Instead, I'm going to make 5 modest proposals. That is, proposals that will not add a whole lot to the financial burden of the city. Indeed, some of them will cost the city absolutely nothing. In essence, what I'm asking for are a few crumbs from the stadium banquet table so that life might be a tiny bit better for the citizens who are suffering the effects of Regina's housing crisis. Modest proposal number 1, demolition bylaw. The first proposal is for a bylaw prohibiting the demolition of apartment blocks when the rental vacancy rate is under 3%. City Council would not have to start from scratch in creating such a bylaw. Rather, it could use Toronto's rental protection bylaws as a model. They've been in place since 2007. If such a bylaw had been in existence in 2012, the 46-unit apartment block at 1755 Hamilton Street would still be standing. Now 1755 Hamilton Street is a vacant lot. What a pity. Modest proposal number 2, developer's fee. City Council can require developers to include a certain number of affordable housing units in their plans or to pay a fee into an affordable housing account. Modest proposal number 3, repurposing existing buildings. Every year, City Council can identify one abandoned building in our city and convert it into a low rent apartment block. According to CMHC, converting a surplus or vacated building into affordable housing makes good use of existing infrastructure, is often less costly than a new construction, and can help maintain the character of a neighborhood. This is the least modest of my proposals. Modest proposal number 4, homeless count. The last homeless count conducted in Regina covers the period 2008 to 2010. The results are published in a document called Homeless in Regina 2010 Report. It found that 3,401 people sought shelter services in Regina in 2010. The figures in this document need to be updated so that decision makers such as yourselves know the number of homeless people in Regina. The City of Regina has the resources to carry out such a count. A longitudinal study, Homeless in Regina 2010 Report, provides an excellent model to follow. Modest proposal number 5, Mayor Fougere's Housing Summit. A housing summit is evidently not Mayor Fougere's first order of business, as he promised it would be in the run-up to the municipal election. Clearly, the stadium has pride of place. If a housing summit does eventually take place, I would ask the mayor to please invite the following at no cost. Everyone who has given a presentation on housing at a meeting of City Council for the last 3 years. All nonprofit organizations that advocate for affordable housing. People who are actually affected by Regina's housing crisis. But do we really need a housing summit to start addressing Regina's affordable housing crisis? We definitely don't need a housing summit to include affordable housing in the city's 2013 budget. What we do need is a housing plan of action. I think we might already have one. What about the yet-to-be-released City of Regina Comprehensive Housing Strategy, which City Council unanimously approved at its December 2011 meeting, dispersing $100,000 for its development? Wouldn't it fit the bill? Or perhaps the document called the Regina Community Plan 2007, Home for All, could be dusted off. It had as one of its goals to reduce immediate homelessness and to cut the estimated 3,700 households at greatest risk by 50% by 2011. We also need money to pay for the plan's implementation. We could start by allocating to this fund the money saved by not holding a housing summit. As for the rest of the funding, Well, some of you might wish to reconsider your priorities when you vote tonight on the stadium project. The prayer with which City Council meetings usually begin asks that the decisions of City Council be, quote, found on justice and prudence. The stadium project meets neither of these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tratton, for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for this report. I really appreciate your report. I just want to touch on your first point about the slight change we made to process for people to come and present to this, that the exec council meeting now happens a week earlier than it used to. I'm just wondering if you have anything to add to that. One issue that I've heard come up is about when the agenda comes out, and I'm just wondering if the process, there's a lot of people here tonight, and I appreciate you coming to take part, and it's an important part of how we make decisions, and I'm just wondering if you have anything to add about process to actually getting here to present. Thanks.
Well, it would be useful if the agenda were posted a lot earlier. I mean, I went to the executive committee meeting agenda and deduced from that this item would be on the agenda, but the actual City Council meeting agenda did not come out till Friday, which was the day after presentations were due.
Councillor Fraser.
Thanks.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? You can return to the gallery and we'll go to our next delegation. D13-9, Borough Forget, I believe it is. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. If not, I know you'll correct me. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation as well, and we may have questions afterwards.
Mayor Fougere, who I believe that's how you pronounce your name. My name is an Irish name, which is Forgay.
Okay, thank you for that.
You might remember that the next time. Anyway, Mayor Fougere, and members of the City Council, my name is Beryl Forgay, and I'm here this evening representing myself as a homeowner who has paid city property tax for 40 years. I've had no reason in those 40 years to resent paying tax.
Ms. Forgay, if you would please stick with the script, that the presentation that you presented to us. Please.
If you don't mind, I have a very short script, so a little bit of deviation surely shouldn't matter too much.
I'd ask you to please stick with the presentation, and there may be questions afterwards to amplify what you want to say, but I'd ask you to please stick with the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you promised to hold a symposium of affordable housing as one of your first priorities when you took office. We need that initiative immediately, not down the road somewhere. The catalog issued by the noted philanthropic organization called World Vision, who I suspect most of you have heard of, lists the poor people in Canada as one of their groups needing help, along with the people from Africa and Central America. Isn't that appalling for a country, province, and city which brags about being as wealthy as this one, wealthy enough to waste money on something like a stadium? In your position, is it possible, it is possible for you to do some good at this time when we've been celebrating goodwill to all people? So we urge you to initiate talk with your colleagues in council to consider a Regina, Saskatchewan housing plan to prevent the shameful conditions that are becoming known all around the world. Please don't place the construction businesses of the city, which we now know a number of you have your fingers in,
please.
Above the needs of suffering citizens. You've had some wonderful speeches tonight. You know, if you really dig deep in your hearts, that they have a lot to say, and you should be listening. And you should be listening too. The stadium can wait. Those freezing out in the cold can't. I ask you to seriously consider all of the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Forgay. Order, please. Order. Thank you very much. We'll move to our next delegation. If Ms. Forgay, you don't want to take any questions, no questions of delegation? Okay. Next delegation is D13-10. Eric Armit. Mr. Armit, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes to make your presentation, and then maybe questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you. My name is Eric Armit. I'm just representing myself. Okay, I'm just here to help demonstrate that there is public opposition to the proposed stadium plan. The RRI stadium plan costs taxpayers a record level of debt, and property taxes are going to go up as a result. As a student, housing is not affordable in Regina. The amount of debt does not seem to be a good trade for the level of limited economic activity a stadium can provide. The benefits of the stadium construction do not seem to apply to the average resident of Regina, but disproportionately benefit certain business interests in the city. In summary, taxpayers are paying for the stadium while the profits are going to select business interests. This doesn't seem like a good deal for taxpayers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Just see if there's any questions of you from members of council. Councilor Fraser.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Armit, for your presentation. I appreciate it. It's very brief. Just wondering if you have anything else, any questions or anything.
No, I just wanted to show that there was opposition. I just had read that there wasn't much opposition, so I just wanted to be here and say there was.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Armit. Okay, we'll move to the next delegation. Then this is D13-11. Colin Stewart. Mr. Stewart, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you as well have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then maybe questions afterwards.
Administration. My name is Colin Stewart, and I would like to address you as a tax-paying citizen of Regina. I'd like to say first that I am not here to rehash an old argument or restate facts already known. I am here, however, because I recently had a chance to review the report before Council regarding the new stadium, and I must admit I'm excited. During the election, I thought the new stadium was going to be almost exactly like Mosaic Stadium. Now that I've seen the report, I see that I was wrong. Yes, the new stadium is open air. However, the report says it will have a roof over the spectator area and could have radiant heating for spectators. I don't know what the locker rooms are like at Mosaic Stadium. I'm assuming there are only 2, which are unheated. If I remember correctly from the report, the new stadium could have up to 5, with a dedicated locker room for the riders and 2 other locker rooms that can be divided. I'm assuming this space will also be heated. My understanding is that under the spectator seats will also be conference rooms that can be used year-round for trade shows, conferences, exhibitions, and other purposes. I also couldn't help but notice the office space for the riders, bringing all of their operations under one roof, rather than having them maintain an office on the corner of Albert and Dewdney. All of this is great, but what really inspires me is the outdoor space. The report describes plaza space along the east side of the new stadium and green space along the CPR tracks. This is something that North Central will be sure to enjoy. I also noted in the report the intent of having vehicles enter the site from Louvain Drive, reserving the east side for pedestrian access. This will also benefit North Central by removing a significant portion of game day traffic from our neighborhood. This all sounds great to me. Were it not for the fact that this money could be better spent on other things, I would be 100% in favor. But the money is being spent on a new stadium. I know it will be used by the Riders, high school football, Rams, and the Soccer Association. I also know that there will be indoor space available to the community for use year-round. Through most of the warm season, this stadium will be hopping with activity. But we will still be left with many other needs of which I spoke back in July. On the other hand, the $12 user fee, assuming sellout crowds for every Rider game, will more than pay back the $100 million loan from the Saskatchewan government. With the $80 million grant and the $25 million provided by the Riders, the direct cost to Regina taxpayers is really only $78 million. So, maybe it's affordable, but we still have other pressing needs that can't wait. I agree with you that we have to look at the whole RRI project, not just the new stadium. I see good things being possible for the warehouse district and downtown with redevelopment of the CPR container yards. As was mentioned at a prior meeting, tax revenue will cover the cost of development. I see a world of possibilities here and can't wait to see in a few years what it will actually look like. I understand that this area could be a complete neighborhood, and I love the idea. I can't ignore the plan of a complete neighborhood, including residences and businesses, where Mosaic Stadium now stands either. This could be exactly what North Central needs in order to make it a desirable place to live. With 700 affordable housing units, priced at current market value, it could become a great place to live. I must note, though, that only upper middle class people will be able to afford to live in these homes, because the price is forecast to be approximately $200,000 to $300,000. This could make or break the project. The project could be successful because it would bring new life to North Central Regina. Unfortunately, it could also result in failure, because I suspect many upper middle class people would be nervous there given North Central's reputation. That isn't to say that I'm opposed to the idea. On the contrary, I'm strongly in favor of it. I do wish, though, that the price of the homes built there could be closer to $100,000 and that these homes could be built sooner. The way I see it, we have a number of issues before us. First is the new stadium with all its glory. Second, we have the revitalization of two key areas of our city, being the downtown and North Central Regina. Third, we have the perception that we are building an important project at the expense of more pressing needs. The question I lay before you is this: can we have our cake and eat it too? Would you, as our city council, be willing to consider making other land available to build affordable housing units now? Can we afford to build the new stadium and still meet those other pressing needs? Thank you. I now welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart, for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Stewart. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation, Mark Spooner. Mr. Spooner, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation as well, and maybe questions afterwards.
Thanks. My name is Mark Spooner, and I represent Concerned Reginans and no other group. So I'm here tonight to discuss the stadium project funding and financing as it relates to the proper functioning of a healthy city, our city of Regina. First, I want to say congratulations to each of you on your election win, and to welcome you as our fairly new City of Regina Council representatives. So, welcome. Now, as we're here to discuss the funding of the new stadium, I've been wondering why the findings from Robert Giberson and Bill Shoup's stadium concept review were not properly represented to the public. For example, in the report they state that Mosaic Stadium was structurally sound but just dated. Yet renovations were not presented as an option, and why that option is not being considered here now. Second, if you insist on moving forward with what appears to me a large percentage of the public, and at least publicly by one councillor, to be a bad deal, a financially damaging deal for our city and its residents, why not front-load the tax increases to cover the construction costs? Why is the bulk of the funding being generated in years 10 to 30, when many of you will, in all likelihood, be long gone? You are the council who is so proudly pushing this new stadium deal. Why not have it be you who proudly stands behind the major tax increases while you're still on council, rather than strapping some future council with the burden of carrying the brunt of your decision, thus tying their hands in the future? Now, a lot has been, there has been a lot of talk in the media of late about the city looking into closing 2 outdoor pools because it can't afford to maintain them. 2 pools, I might add, that are located in some of our most disadvantaged neighborhoods. I'm referring to Maple Leaf and Regent pools. When looking at the project funding tonight, I can't imagine pressing forward with such a plan when we cannot even afford to maintain our current level of services. Services our most marginalized deserve. Services that contribute to a healthy society. In terms of a new stadium and tax increases, why are we being asked to falsely choose between closing 2 pools and expanding 1? Why not both options? Why not increase our services overall for some of our most disadvantaged? I don't feel I need to remind the Council of Regina's extremely low vacancy rate, ever-growing rental costs, and the need to act now in order to make Regina a safe and livable city for all, do I? I ask that you consider that the stadium funding, as proposed, is not a good deal. It is not even set up to be collected while you, who are making this decision, sits on council. And that all the true options for the current stadium have not been openly presented to the public. Finally, I just wanted to remind you that you are running a democratically elected body, not a private corporation. Some disagreement and non-unanimous votes is refreshing and reflects the diversity of voices you represent. So keep it up. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Schooner, for your presentation. All the questions for administration wait until after. Is that
wait
right?
Until the administration afterwards. Only questions of the delegation.
Okay, great. Yeah, pardon my ignorance. Thanks. So I'll there's a question you brought up that I'd like to afterwards ask the administration, but I'd just like you to clarify. When you talk about front-load tax, can you just sort of clarify what you mean by that? Thanks.
Yeah, it seems to me like council is taking the easy way out by taking an applause now, our kids pay later approach to actually collecting the money to pay for the stadium. The proposed tax increases don't even reach 2%, less than half the proposed 4.5% by 2016, when your terms will all be up. It seems to me like it's a free ride. Thanks.
Any other questions? There are none. You can return to the gallery.
Thanks.
And we'll move to the next delegation. Sean Tucker. If you need Mr. Tucker, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening. My name's Sean Tucker. I'm a resident of the City of Regina, and I'm representing myself. Your Worship and City Council, thank you for your attention and your consideration of comments from members of the community related to the proposed stadium agreement. I speak from the point of view of a rider season ticket holder. I'm a longtime CFL fan and property taxpayer and also faculty member of the Faculty Business Administration at the University of Regina. I appreciate the long hours that went into preparing the agreement that will be voted on this evening. Negotiations between the Rough Riders, the City of Regina, the provincial government, and other stakeholders took time and likely included some tough bargaining and compromising. And no doubt, it's already been expressed tonight, that all parties involved felt let down when the federal government decided not to contribute to the project. So I acknowledge and I respect this process. Having said that, I felt uneasy about this agreement since I read the associated Memorandum of Understanding last year. $500 million project, sort of all in a city of 200,000 people is an enormous undertaking. What concerns me most is the lack of discussion related to the financial assumptions and risks that are identified in Section 5.1.4 and 5.3 of the, say, in the agreement or the supporting appendices to the agreement. These assumptions warrant more public discussion. Consider three key assumptions in the agreement. First, that the average interest rate will remain between 3.5 and 4% from now until the year 2043. Second, riders' attendance will average 28,000 fans per game over the same period, or 85% of capacity. And third, that the annual rate of inflation will average 2.2% for the next 30 years. Each of these assumptions warrants close scrutiny in historical context. First, the agreement assumes that, an average interest rate of 3.5 to 4% over the next 30 years. I assume this is the interest rate, the borrowing rate for us. So it'll be the prime plus some risk premium. But according to the Bank of Canada, the average interest rate for the last 30 years, that's between 1983 and 2012, was 5.8%. In particular, in 1990, the interest rate was 13%. The difference between the assumed average rate and the average historical rate is between 1.8% and 2.3%, and this is excluding the risk premium that the city would pay above prime or the bank rate. This is a big discrepancy there. Supporting documents to the stadium agreement caution that, quote, interest rates are currently favorably low. However, if market changes, a 0.5% increase in interest rate on a debt of $100 million over 30 years has a $10 million additional expense effect on the financial model, end of quote. The implications of higher interest rates or higher borrowing costs in the city could be exposed, by my rough calculations, from $40 to $50 million or more of additional interest payments, and that's just if the historical average interest rate is realized. That's just if we follow the past 30 years and we realize that rate. Our federal finance minister has repeatedly stated that Canadians shouldn't assume that unprecedentedly low interest rates will continue. I think we've all heard that. Therefore, it seems to me like wishful thinking to assume an average of 3.5 to 4% interest rate between now and 2043. Second key assumption that I think we must consider is the 30-year forecast for riders' attendance. And that's 28,000 per game. So in recent years, attendance at games has been strong, and I think it's going to be really strong this year because we've got a really good team. But over the last 30 years, that's between 1983 and 2012, the average attendance per game was 25,500. And that's about 2,500 fewer fans per game than what is forecast for the next 30 years. In dollar terms, 2,500 fewer fans per game over 30 years translates into $9 million in lost facility fee revenue, excluding the costs associated with borrowing to make up for such a shortfall. Think what would have happened if the City of Edmonton had based their 30-year financial planning on attendance of 41,600 fans at Edmonton Eskimo games. That was the average attendance between 1977 and 1982. Well, the City of Edmonton would be deep in trouble because between 1983 and today, the average attendance per game was 34,500. This despite an increase in Edmonton's population from 560,000 to 817,000 over the same period. The third assumption that I want to discuss is the agreement. In the agreement, it assumes that an average annual rate of inflation of 2.2%. This also deviates from the past 30 years. According to the Bank of Canada, the average annual rate of inflation between 1983 and 2012 was 2.53%. So that's a 0.33% difference between the Bank of Canada average and the estimated average rate of inflation in the stadium agreement. If inflation is higher than anticipated, which the historical record, if it's any indicator, suggests it will be, that will mean higher maintenance costs, labor, and other costs than we anticipated. So given that the assumptions in the stadium agreement are at odds with the historical record, I really think it's imperative to conduct and publicly disclose a comprehensive sensitivity analysis of the impact of changes in the three factors that I highlighted in my presentation. Market forces can drive up the cost of the stadium and or drive down revenues. Such changes would have major financial implications for the city and ultimately businesses and residential property taxpayers along with renters. With respect, we should consider the historical record and discuss the numbers before committing to this agreement. City of Regina councillors, before you tonight, you have the very best case scenario based on the historical record. You have the very best scenario. Let's add a more realistic case, one that's consistent with rates from the last 30 years, and also consider the worst case scenario. We don't control the future. What would the impact be on municipal taxpayers of a realistic and worst case scenario? Why don't we have a look? So, in closing, I'd like to thank the city administration and the current and former elected officials who've done their very best to put together a workable financial plan to build a new stadium. It is a good effort, but I think we can do better. Let's take some time. I see no reason to rush on such a large project. Let's take the time to demonstrate and discuss the range of possible cost and revenue scenarios. I might add that these weren't mentioned in the MOU, these assumptions. They just came out a couple weeks ago. It's in everyone's interest, and above all, it is prudent. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker. Thank you very much for your presentation. Any comments or questions? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Dr. Tucker, for your presentation. And I think you asked some excellent questions here, and I look forward to forwarding them along to admin when we're at that stage. But maybe just in defense of the admin's answers, because you won't have a chance to respond or whatever. How do you realistically guess these things? I mean, seats to me seem like that's maybe something we can kind of generate a number, how many seats we're going to sell. But what's a valid way to guess inflation over 30 years? I mean, if you're ever going to build any project, if you're going to buy a house as a family, if you're going to build any big project, you have to borrow money over that long a time. And is there any fair way really to guess inflation or interest rates over such a long period? Thanks.
Well, you could look at the cost of future government bonds, but the agreement mentions best estimates. I don't know where these come from really, because I've been subscribing to The Economist magazine for part of 15 years, and they never make guesses 30 years down the road. They make 2 or 3 year guesses, and they poll economists on what they think the inflation rate will be and interest rates will be. That's how they come to it, and they don't make guesses about 30 years down the road. I would add that in terms of costing here, it was brought up earlier in the concept discussion that and I just preface this, I'm not endorsing this option of a renovation to Mosaic Stadium, but that this would be $109 million in 2008, 2009. And now it's $150 million. And I don't know where that number came from, because there must be a high inflation rate in construction, because if it's just following normal inflation, that should be, 125 million or so, not 150. I don't know where that number came from.
Thank you for that. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you. You can return to the gallery. We'll move to our next delegation. Jason Cockwell and Darren Haygarth. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You collectively have 10 minutes for presentation, and there may be questions afterwards. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Darren Haygarth, and this is Jason Cockwell. We represent Make Ways Regina. I'm going to let Jason speak on our behalf. Before I commence, I would like to thank the Council for allowing us this forum to present our interests and concerns. We represent Making Waves Regina, a newly formed advocacy group representing water sports in Regina. We represent in excess of 1,000 families actively involved in water sports and currently using the Lawson Aquatic Centre, with active participants in an age range from 3 to 85 years old. Our mandate is threefold. 1, bring the attention of the lack of deep tank pool space in Regina. 2, to support the expansion of water facilities in Regina. And 3, to support the utilisation of water facilities by serving as a bid and host committee for national and international water sport events. Our purpose today is not to protest the stadium. However, it is to bring your attention to the lack of deep pool space in Regina and express our desire to see this need addressed in both the RRI Stadium project and the Wascana Pool Revitalization project, or even as a standalone project to revitalize the Lawson Aquatic Centre. The Lawson Pool is nearing the end of its useful life for water sports, while the demands of our time in the deep tank pool in Regina are increasing. Water and air quality issues are increasing in frequency, and facility lacks the physical capacity to host national caliber events. $34 million was recently allocated to aquatic facility improvements in the City of Regina's recreational facility plan. We understand that these funds are now at risk of being reallocated away from the Lawson to the RRI project. If this is the case, we ask the City to reconsider this decision, to reevaluate options and ensure the needs of the water sports are addressed. $24 million of that was slated to be spent on the Lawson facility. We now have 3 proposals that we would like the City to give consideration to. These are in no order of priority, and one or combination would bridge the needs of the water sports in Regina. 1, to consider including a new aquatic facility as part of the stadium complex. An aquatic facility within the stadium structure would ensure that the stadium complex has traffic 365 days a year, leveraging functional resources. The cost of adding this to the proposed structure would only be a fraction of the cost to construct a net new facility in 5 to 10 years. Number 2, if the revitalization of Wascana Pool proceeds, to ensure the design incorporates a 50-meter 10-lane swimming pool along with a 25-meter cool-down tank, a diving tank, and bleacher facilities. If a portion of the facility would be converted for year-round use, that would be ideal. This design could be used by both recreational and competitive groups. This type of facility would enable our organizations to host major outdoor water sports events like the National Age Group Championships, where 1,800 of Canada's top swimmers gather to compete for 7 days each July. The City of Winnipeg estimates that hosted swim meets generate $2 million annual in direct and indirect tourism dollars. Any pool closures without addressing deep tank pool space will put added pressure on the facility and capacity at the Lawson Aquatic Centre that is already taxed. If the revitalization of the Lawson or the replacement facility is significantly delayed by the RRI project, that the City give consideration to installing a temporary above-ground pool adjacent to the existing Lawson facility. These temporary structures have been used very effectively for the World and Olympic trials. These units are highly desired as they are relatively low cost, $700,000, and can be recycled, relocated to an alternative location once they have fulfilled their immediate use. A temporary facility of this would provide temporary relief in terms of capacity and enable us to begin hosting regional caliber events. Whether it is an upgraded Lawson or a new facility integrated into the new stadium, an athlete alley concept for the immediate would be there for the immediate area, a place where multi-sports can be delivered in one location. Our membership, excuse me. Our membership is a proud base in Regina. It is where we live. It is where we work, and it is where we play. It is who we are, whether we represent the Regina Dolphins, the Regina Marlins, the Regina Synchro, Regina Masters, Regina Water Polo. We wear our name with pride, and we are ambassadors of this fine city. We need an improved facility so we have the increased capacity for those who wish to maintain healthy lifestyle and have the child learn life-saving skills. We need added capacity to continue to train national caliber athletes and teams, and a facility that will enable us to host, enable us to expand our role of host. The citizens of Regina have long positioned Regina as an impeccable host city, whether it's Agribition, the Grey Cup, the Briar, Skate Canada Challenge Cup, or the World Junior Hockey Championships. We would like to add water sports championships to this list of hosted events, but we need a venue to do that, a venue that will be multi-purpose facility for both recreational and competitive water sports. Thank you for your opportunity to express our thoughts and concerns.
Thank you very much for your presentation, gentlemen. Any questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Your Worship, we have deviated off the topic, and so I'm going to ask two very brief questions. One, gentlemen, have you provided this same presentation or information to our staff?
Yes, we do.
And do you have any detailed information on the deep tank pools?
Could you be more specific with the question, Councillor? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Construction, availability, et cetera, for those deep tank pools, the portable one that you referred to.
Do we have that information?
Yes.
It's readily available, Councillor. Yeah, these are used all over the world. They were just recently used for Olympic trials here, so it's not difficult information to gather.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Any other questions? I would just add, I would urge you to speak with the administration on some of your information here. That'd be helpful.
Thank you, Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. There have been many of the delegations have deviated from the topic at hand, and this is one of them, but that's fine. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. The next delegation is Mr. John Hopkins. Mr. Hopkins, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. My name is John Hopkins, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Regina District Chamber of Commerce. I am here today regarding the RRI Stadium Funding and Financing Report. The Regina Revitalization Initiative is more than just a stadium. It's more than a housing project, and it's more than an industrial land conversion project. This is an urban revitalization project on a large scale that looks to address a range of community needs. The need for a new stadium. The need for an additional mix of new housing in a new inner-city neighborhood. The need for additional office and retail space. It's about redeveloping land, and most importantly, it's about embracing the needs of today for the benefit of generations to come. Your Worship, a lot of talk has taken place about the RRI over the past number of months, particularly in reference to the private sector's involvement. For the record, I would like to clearly state that the private sector will be involved in a major way with the RRI through the redevelopment of the current Mosaic site, as well as the CP lands. The total investment by the private sector has been estimated at over $500 million. I'll say that again. Private sector involvement in the project is projected to be $500 million. So what does this mean? Another $500 million of investment. Well, I've done some crude calculations. Let's assume that $200 million is new residential and $300 million is commercial. Run the provincial percentages to get to $140 million residential and $300 million commercial. Let's run the 2012 mill rates and the mill rate factors, and you get to a total of $7.5 million annually. If you take the annual amount to be used and use the same life cycle that is being talked about in this report, 30 years, you are generating $224 million that you do not have today. There, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council, is the increment. Now, once again, these are crude calculations. Maybe not all of the investment translates into taxable assessment, and maybe there may be other tax policy decisions and other implications that will have an impact. However, I think it is important that if you're looking at life cycle costing for this project, that you also look at incremental tax that you're generating over 30 years. As for public funding for stadiums, I would like to draw your attention to some of the more recently developed professional sporting venues and the level of public investment. Ivor Wynne Stadium in Hamilton, $137.5 million, or 95% of the total, publicly funded. Investors Group Field in Winnipeg, $105 million of the $190 million project cost is public money. But if you count the provincial loan to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, it jumps to $190 million, or 100% of the capital cost. Console Center in Pittsburgh, $290 million, or 90% of the $321 million project has been funded with public money. Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, $620 million, or 86% of the $720 million total capital cost is funded with public money. Cowboys Stadium in Dallas, Texas, $444 million, or 37% of the $1.6 billion project, publicly funded. Now, to be fair, there are a few facilities that have been done with no public money, but one being MetLife Stadium in New York, which has 2 NFL teams as tenants, and the new Barclay Arena, also in New York, where the Brooklyn Nets play, and in the next few years, where the New York Islanders will play. Your Worship, the point I'm trying to make is public funding for professional sporting facilities is not an anomaly, but rather the norm. Another important aspect of the funding for this project is the financial model that is being used. What you have before you is a full costing model based on the life expectancy of the facility, which is not the norm. All of the projects I just mentioned would be far higher if we used the same full costing model. If there is one amendment we would recommend, it would be to recommendation number 6. We would encourage you to amend number 6 to state that the administration be instructed to negotiate an agreement with the Regina Hotel Association for a long-term annual sponsorship that would reduce the requirement for property tax funding and report back to City Council on the outcome of those negotiations. This potential partnership could create a known and reliable source of funding for the stadium while reducing the cost to taxpayers. The funding model within this report has been discussed for months. Now is the time to move forward. I urge you to support the recommendations with the one noted amendment. Thank you. If I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next delegation, Mr. Wayne Morski. Good evening, Mr. Morski. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of the Regina City Council. I am Wayne Morski, a Board of Director member of the Saskatchewan Rough Rider Football Club. It is with great anticipation and excitement that we continue to work with our partners from the City of Regina, the provincial government, to build a world-class stadium for the people of this province. Mosaic Stadium is over 100 years old and has served its purpose well over the years, but it requires major renovations just to remain functional. At present, it lacks basic services such as hot water in some food areas, food preparation facilities, and elevators. It also lacks basic amenities found in any modern-day stadium, such as individual seats, adequate washrooms and concessions, proper change rooms, media areas, etc. The age of the stadium is such that major renovations and upgrading would be required to simply maintain the appearance, functionality, and compliance with existing building codes. In addition, a significant number of teams in the CFL have or will be moving to new or significantly renovated facilities that will provide a much improved fan experience, and they'll deliver the amenities to enhance the operation of the football club. While we have always been extremely proud of our existing home at Mosaic Stadium, it has become clear that this stadium will not meet our needs or expectations of our fans as we look forward to the future. The recent upgrades made to Mosaic Stadium, funded by the Saskatchewan Roughriders, were made to give us the ability to properly host the Grey Cup this year and provide fans with the best amenities possible while the new stadium is built. These renovations also provide us with a number of valuable learnings, as this project was delivered on time and on budget. We will draw upon this knowledge as we enter the next phase of planning for the new stadium. Without question, the new stadium will only be made possible by the amazing support of Rider Nation. The $270 million required for the stadium will be funded through the city, province, and the Saskatchewan Rough Rider Football Club. Along with the $25 million investment from the Rough Riders, the $100 million loan from the province will be primarily repaid through the $12 facility fee on games, ensuring approximately 45% of the stadium funding comes from the users of the facility, primarily the amazing Rider Nation fans. The Riders will also fund approximately $15 million worth of leasehold improvements for the club areas of the stadium over and above the capital costs. Over the next 30 years, the Saskatchewan Roughriders will generate over $2.85 billion in provincial economic development. Regular season ticket operations will generate over $82 million each year. This $82 million per year in economic impact generates over $14 million in taxes each year, which generates to $420 million over the next 30 years. In addition, the 2013 Grey Cup is expected to generate over $120 million in economic impact. In addition to the 300,000 plus fans a year that enter the gates at Mosaic to watch the Rough Riders play, the stadium is used by over 20 other local amateur sports and recreational groups annually. Along with amateur high school, junior, and university football, the stadium is used by a number of other sports ranging from soccer and field hockey. Building a new stadium will give fans and user groups a world-class venue that features wider concourses, maximized sideline seating, easy accessibility concessions, improved individual seating, more restrooms, and enhanced overall game day experience. While plenty of work remains on this project, we remain committed to this new stadium and look forward to seeing this dream become a reality. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and I would happily address questions from the council.
Thank you, Mr. Morski, for your presentation. Other questions of Mr. Morski? Mr. Fraser, Councillor Fraser.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say thank Mr. Morski for your presentation, also all the hard work you do for the team. It's well appreciated. I've had a lot of feedback about this issue over the last few weeks. Probably between 60 and 70 people have contacted me by phone and email. And to be fair, both supporting my position.
Councillor Fraser, you do have to come to a question.
Oh, yeah.
Delegations,
Yeah, absolutely. Both supporting my position and not supporting my position. And there's been two compelling arguments that I'd like to address to you.
Question?
Yeah. The first compelling argument against my position is that I should just relax, and I think that's probably a good argument. The second thing is, though, a fear among people
Councillor
that...
Fraser, you do have to come to a question, please. There's no preamble to a question.
Okay, so forget all that. The question is, there's a fear among people that if we were to renovate the stadium instead of build a new stadium, that we might lose the team to Saskatoon. Could you just speak to that? Thanks.
Well, I think the best answer to that, Councillor, is that this is a franchise, and the franchise belongs to Saskatchewan Roughriders, and I think that decision comes from the league through down to the teams, and I would be very surprised to see that happen.
Councillor Fraser, you have another question? Are you finished, Councillor Fraser? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. Welcome, Mr. Morski. There's been a lot of discussion tonight, questioning about number of seats in the stadium, whether it would be 33 or up to 42. Could I get you to comment on that from your point of view?
The understanding we have from the league is that the 33,000 is the optimum number that is used across the league in Canada. I know that Hamilton is being built at a lot less number, which really surprises a lot of people in the league, but that number has been established based on averages across the league.
I also note that Ottawa, in its redevelopment of the stadium, is also a lower number. You comment on that one, or do you know that one yet?
I don't know the answer to that, sorry.
Thanks. I also remember that when Montreal redeveloped Molson Stadium, as I recall, it also is a fairly low number, but that was remodeled to a smaller number. They seem to be financially viable.
Yeah, that appears to be correct.
Thanks. You made a comment in your presentation about other user groups. Based on your part of the design process, you had to say, are you aware that those other people had a design say as well?
There has been consultations with several of the sporting groups that we mentioned in our report today, and the concept design was talked to them about that, yes.
Okay. So a while ago, we passed a motion on the concept design. Does the concept design, in fact, reflect part of what the riders were looking for?
To my knowledge, it does.
You made a comment about understanding that it is a $25 million contribution capital-wise to the stadium. Is that true?
That's correct.
You also made a comment about $15 million needed for leasehold improvements.
Correct.
Are you also aware that there would be a rent charge to the facility?
Yes, we are.
And you agreed to that?
Yes, we have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions? Councillor Hinks.
Morski, living in Regina my whole life, I've watched the riders and how much they provide in the community. Can you comment a little bit on, because some of the other delegations have commented about the big bad riders and the profit and all that sort of stuff. Can you comment on some of the good work that the riders do out in the community, from charities to football schools, and how you use your players to do things like that, and how willing they are, and maybe some of our local kids, and how they contribute in the community?
Well, the Riders are known across the league as a team that their players stay very engaged with the community, not only in Regina, but throughout the province. And if you ever follow some of the Riders on their Twitter accounts, you can see that they're going out to schools, they're going out to dealerships of cars, and all kinds of things across the province, speaking at different events, out there promoting the good of the sport. And I think that's one of the biggest things that the Riders do. We're also involved in some charities locally where Mr. Hobson was involved with the brain injury organization in Saskatchewan last year. Those are the kind of things. And, of course, our famous mascot, Gainer, he can be found at many social events across the country or across the province promoting that.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Other questions? I have one, and it relates, Mr. Morski, to the contribution by the riders. $25 million for capital cost. Would you classify that as private sector investment?
Yes, we would, and that'll be through sponsorships or naming rights of the stadium.
The $15 million you referenced for leasehold improvements in the stadium, would you also would you indicate the source of the funding? Is it private sector or government?
That question I can't answer. I'm not 100% sure. That I believe that is coming from within our organization through the private sector.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Any other questions of the delegation? Go ahead, Councillor Hinks.
We talked a little bit about the size of the stadium. Now, in looking at some of the bigger stadiums, can you tell me what that would do to your season ticket sales if we had a $50,000 or $60,000 seat stadium?
Well, looking right now, like we expanded the Mosaic Stadium this year from 23,000 up to approximately 33,000. We added the 10,000 seats, and of course we had some sellouts this year when the stadium was finished. We think that number of that 33,000, the optimum number that is used across the league, is very safe in Saskatchewan based on it. Of course, history has different indications that things can change, but this league is growing and rapidly. In fact, the reason I'm speaking tonight versus our chairman, Roger, because he's in Toronto right now working with the league negotiating the new television contract, which is very, very popular. So the strength of the league is growing, and particularly in Saskatchewan. We're seeing a much younger demographics involved with it, which we think is a good thing for the future.
Councillor Hinks.
I guess I'm looking for something else here. Is it not true that the places with bigger stadiums, they sell less season tickets because it's easy for walk-ups to walk up and buy tickets instead of buying season tickets, which in terms harms the team's forecast and what they can do and that sort of thing?
Yeah, sorry, I understand your question now. That was part of the research when we were doing the concept design. They used a spreadsheet showing the numbers of seats that you would put in and where the cost would change. And yes, too big of a stadium. It's something that's it sounds empty in it. People don't necessarily get involved and engage as much. And if you go to some of the larger stadiums in Canada, you'll see they'll put advertising over the seats to kind of take away from that. So there is a detriment to that number. There is a breaking point.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor Murray.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and thanks, Mr. Morski, for taking questions. Now, I realize you're on the Board of Directors, correct? And it seems to me that to run an organization like the Saskatchewan Roughriders would probably take some pretty good talent pool on the Board of Directors. Could you tell me just some of the other folks that are members and of the Board of Directors?
Well, the board is made up of a very interesting group of people. They're all owners of the team through shares and season ticket holders, the prerequisite. They serve three-year terms as the maximum you can be there. We've got people from Saskatoon that are involved, from the architectural business, from the development business. We have people from Regina here that come from a bit of government sector, working for Crowns. We have people that are private sector, also in the development business. Myself coming from the construction industry, and we also have a representation. One of our persons sits on the board of directors of the Bank of Canada also. So we have quite a diverse group of people, and we try to get representation from all different sectors and also provincially.
Can you tell me the types of income that those directors receive for the position that they hold?
So we're straying from the issue at hand, Councillor Murray. We're actually talking about the funding model for the stadium.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just talking about the funding for getting there. I'm just curious, though.
There's no income at all.
So they don't get paid. They're volunteers for that organization. Well, on behalf of myself, thanks very much for volunteering for that great organization. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you, Mr. Morski. You can return to the gallery. We have two other reports before us. I'll remind you we had one that was a walk-in, so we'll go to the report 18. This is Mr. Jim Elliott. Mr. Elliott, you can identify yourself once again and who you represent, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Elliott, and I'm here to speak to you about the project funding and financing. I believe this project will do the following to the City of Regina. It will reduce the resilience of the city to respond to change. And the definition of resilience is the ability to recover quickly from illness or change or misfortune, buoyancy of the property of materials that enable it to resume its original shape and position after being bent, stretched, or compressed, Now, cities and municipalities need to get ready, reduce risks, and become resilient to future disasters and unforeseen change. What the city is proposing at this time is to increase risks and limit the capacity of the city to respond effectively and effortlessly to the unknown future. We are being asked to commit to a certain future when we cannot plan. Who predicted the recession in 2008? Who knew Hurricane Sandy was coming? And by making the following assumptions in your planning for the future, the ability of this city to sustain itself is diminished. First assumption is ongoing attendance needs to be over 27,500 per game for the next 30 years. Is anyone in this room able to guarantee that that will happen over the next 30 years? Now, some of us in this room are likely not going to be alive at that time. And again, will there even be a football team in 30 years? Are residents in the future going to be burdened with the cost that they will not have to be able to recoup through ticket sales? Second assumption is that the pictures and parts of the stadium needed to be there to justify the expenditures. If through the design stages, when costs will dictate changes to the current design, when is the stop point in these proceedings? What is the drop dead point if we can't finance the current spectator roof and everything else? Is it then time to go to the renovations of the current Mosaic Stadium? And how much money will be spent to find out that we can't afford the proposed stadium? Are we going to be in the same position as the Regina Library Board, putting all of your plans into one design and then having to go back to the drawing board when you find out you can't afford to proceed? The third assumption is if this project significantly constrains the capacity of the city to limit its capital spending, what are people willing to give up to continue the building of the stadium? Are we likely to have built the stadium and be forced into not fixing water and sewer, roads and recreation facilities? And again, what is our bottom line? Are more streets not going to be repaired or replaced as quickly as today? The infrastructure deficit is already at $2 billion. Are we going to be seeing double-digit tax increases just to keep what we currently have in our budget? And are we indenturing the future generations living in this city without their approval or agreement? Imagine how much infrastructure could be replaced with $200 million of spending. And what capital projects need to be delayed? And again, is this going to jeopardize the city of Regina from replacing the sewage treatment plant, the Regina Public Library Central Branch, and other major infrastructure? Now, we were shown in this year's budget that there's going to be a 0.45% cost associated with the stadium. We were not told that there would be increases to that 0.45% increase in the first 10 years of the funding proposal. We are now being told that this increase will have its own inflation, so that the increase in the future years will be higher than 0.45%. I also refer you to the stadium calculator on the CBC website. We are now being told that there may be further increases in the city budgets for 30 years, not just 10 years, and that the 0.45% per year is added on to the 0.45% of the previous year, meaning that it will amount to 4.5% increase over 10 years. When will the increase due to the stadium overtake any increases in the overall budget caused by inflation or increased costs for all of the other services? Or are we going to see impacts on our services and not just our capital expenditures by building the stadium? Now, the full costing accounting for the replacement of the stadium, we are being told that we are now a good municipality because we are going to collect money over the next 30 years to replace the stadium when it becomes run down too much to continue. To me, this begs the question, if we have agreed to fund the replacement of the future stadium, why has previous city councils not committed to properly fund the repair and maintenance of the Mosaic Stadium today? And why have you not acknowledged publicly that you have produced the deteriorations found in the Mosaic Stadium? Just imagine what the Mosaic Stadium would have been in 2013 if previous councils would have committed to the same level of support for the past 30 years. I've heard that we were putting in some $800,000 into the stadium in recent years. That is 10% of what we perhaps should have put into the stadium. Would we have better washrooms? Yes. Would we have had elevators? Yes. Would we have had catering services and better seats? My answer would be yes. Also, the new transfer of funds from the spectators through the facility fee from the stadium ticket holders to the repayment of the $100 million loan eliminates a source of $66 million from being invested into the stadium over the next 30 years. The current ticket holder was investing $8 per game into a fund that was being reinvested in the stadium. Using the same estimates of attendance, that would amount to $2.2 million per year, or almost 3 times the amount the City Council was willing to invest. Instead of that being put to the maintenance and repair of Mosaic Stadium, that now will go to pay off the loan with the Government of Saskatchewan. Now, increasing costs of the stadium. City Council should be aware of the always increasing inflations of construction costs. Over the past 2 years, this same anticipated inflation may have increased the cost of the proposed stadium by about $40 million, using the lower of the 7 to 10% inflation figures. When you have none of the partners in the project not willing to cover off any increases over the $278 million cap, then there are only 4 options to me. Those signing the financing and building of the stadium must be willing to build at any cost. Number 2 is decrease the cost of the project by an equivalent amount, thereby reducing the complexity and extent of the project. Thirdly, forego any measure of profit margin within the pricing of the materials and labor. And lastly, not bid in on the project. Other problems may arise before the contract is even signed. What happens if less than 3 contractors qualify for the project? Does this force the city to go back to the drawing board, or will they still push forward? Or does this increase the risk sufficiently that this council will reconsider their options? A similar dilemma as above could arise if there are a number of significant weather, labor, or material delays. If we have a very wet number of days, what will the delay create in costs? If it is hard to find an adequate supply of labor, what will that do to the project or to other projects that may require equivalent skills? If the supply of other materials is delayed for some reason, how will that ripple through the project? My question is, when will we have delays, not if? And will they happen during construction? As I've said before, I still believe that the current project should be put on hold, and we should be looking at a rejuvenation of the Mosaic Stadium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for your presentation. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Elliott, I have a question to ask you. If rejuvenation of the present statement is not economically viable, would you favor going ahead with a new stadium for the City of Regina?
From what I've seen of the status of the current stadium, I believe it is sound, and therefore, as some previous planners have talked about, in the sense that it has the right, good bones or good structure to it. What I'm talking about is not simply just fixing some of the stuff that we now know are needing. I'm talking about adding to it, as I said, such as elevators, such as additional facilities. So I don't see necessarily that the current stadium is not viable.
Councillor Hawkins?
I want to put my question again to you, Mr. Elliott, to be fair to you. If that kind of renovation, which you've just described, is not economically feasible,
Councillor Hawkins,
would you be prepared to see a new stadium go ahead in Regina?
With respect, the question has been asked once.
Mr. Mayor, with respect, it wasn't answered.
I understand. That was his answer, though. I understand that. But the question has been asked. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you, Mr. Elliott. You can return to your gallery now. We'll go to our last delegation. This is one that was handed out to you just as the meeting started. Shane Kleisinger. Mr. Kleisinger, if you could state your name, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Yeah, my name is Shane Kleisinger. Thank you for allowing me to speak with such short notice. I represent the unborn child of a pregnant, homeless Regina woman. I'm a privileged person, a white male born into a middle-class family. I enjoy the same comforts afforded to most white males born into privilege. My experience as a design engineer working on high capital projects gives me a qualified perspective of the Regina Revitalization Initiative, the stadium project funding and financing. The stadium project lacks on several levels, the most disturbing being its egregious lack of morality. As I walked home from yoga on a cold, windy winter night, a First Nations man with a bad limp approached me. He was probably in his 40s. I checked my pockets for change before he had the chance to ask. When he did, I responded that I didn't have any, but would be happy to take him to the food court in the mall. The man isn't allowed in the mall anymore. His wife, 6 months pregnant, is granted some time in the mall to warm herself and their unborn child. I told the man, "Wait here, I'll be right back. What do you want, a sub?" All he asked was I bring his wife a pepperoni sub. She won't eat anything else. She's picky, he told me. He looked me in the eyes, his eyes proud and desperate, with the look of a hungry man wanting to provide for his wife and unborn child. When I returned with 2 foot-long subs and 2 colas, I could not find the man and his wife. A security guard, carrying himself with the typical macho swagger of a nightclub bouncer or rookie cop, was peering in windows with the obvious intention of sending someone on their way. I had noticed his oversized security truck with hazard lights flashing before I entered the mall. I found the man a block away, waiting along the path on which I was originally bound. As I handed him his supper, he thanked me, calling me sir. When I asked if the security guard scared him away, he said yes, he was probably looking for me. I asked where he and his wife sleep when it gets this cold. He told me he would probably try to spend as much time in the bank as possible, and his wife could spend some time in the mall and then join him. When I asked if he was from Regina, he said yes, I was sleeping at a friend's house until it burnt down last week. It was all over the news, went right up in flames. Now I don't know what I'll do. He reached out and shook my hand, thanked me, again calling me sir. I walked home crying that night. I don't speak to you today on behalf of any group or organization, nor am I attempting to speak to you on behalf of the kind, loving man and his pregnant wife I met on the street on that cold winter night. Rather, I speak in defense of their unborn child. Child who cannot speak to you here today, who will most likely die inside that poor woman if she is not granted access to proper shelter. Child who may never get the chance to experience life. And why? Because we chose to build market rate housing to bolster our economy. Because we chose to watch football in the comforts of a roof-ready sports facility. Because we didn't have the moral courage to step back a minute and ask what is right and denounce what is wrong. Please consider what I have shared with you today regarding the Regina Revitalization Initiative. And remember that, as the great theologian Reinhold Niebuhr stated, man's capacity for justice makes democracy possible, but man's inclination to injustice makes democracy necessary. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Clark. Is there any questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move to report CR 13-6, the RRI Stadium project funding and financing. Councillor.
Thank you, Worship. On behalf of Executive Committee, I rise to support of CR 13-6, the RRI Stadium project funding and financing, and move that City Council concur in the recommendation of Executive Committee. There are 6 recommendations, and if Your Worship allows me, I will read them.
Please do.
Recommendation number 1, that the following funding model for stadium project be approved. A capital commitment of $278.2 million for the stadium design, construction, land servicing, stadium planning, procurement, and project management costs based on the design, build, finance, procurement structure be financed from the following funding sources. $100 million city debt, loan from the province of Saskatchewan. $80 million contribution from the province. $67.4 million city debt as part of the $100.4 million debt insurance. $25 million contribution from the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club. $3.3 million city land contribution. $2.5 million general fund reserve transfer from 2012, previously approved by the Council on September 17, 2012. B, the ability to pursue up to 30-year debt up to $200.4 million be approved in principle, representing the $100 million loan from the province for capital in 2013, $67.4 million city debt for capital, and $33 million city debt for interim cash flow purpose for 2013. All debt insurance be required City Council approved through a debt borrowing bylaw and be brought forward to Council at a future date. In addition, the financial model includes that provincial and interest payments that must be paid and recovered from revenue streams over 30 years. C, a commitment to funding of up to $188.8 million in ongoing 30-year maintenance costs for the stadium. B, that the maintenance and the debt servicing costs be considered and funded through future budget proposal over 30 years and funded through revenue sources, including but not limited to the collection of $261.9 million in property tax, $100 million through Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club facility fee, $75 million from Sask Sport lease agreement, $33 million in interim debt financing, $23.8 million from Mosaic Stadium cost avoidance savings, $15 million in ongoing advertising and sport sponsorship revenue, and interest earned on fund balance based on city average interest on investment earnings to be applied annually. A commitment in implementing a 0.45 mill rate increase each year for 10 years beginning 2013. A growth factor is to be applied annually. After the initial 10-year period, the mill rate will not increase except for the growth factor, but will continue to be allocated to this stadium project. That the mill rate contemplated in this report be forwarded to the City Council for consideration as part of the 2013 budget process. That the $204 million in debt being contemplated in this report be forwarded to the City Council for consideration as part of the 2013 budget process. That the City Council authorize the Deputy City Manager and CFO to negotiate and approve the following agreement relating to the funding of this stadium project. A, the funding agreement with the province of Saskatchewan relating to the contribution of $80 million by the province to the stadium project, provincial contribution agreement. And a funding agreement with the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club relating to the contribution of $25 million by the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club to the stadium project, and shortened SRFC contribution agreement. Number 3, Your Worship, that the City Council authorize the Deputy City Manager, CFO 2, A, approve the offer to lease with the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club as may be negotiated by the rail on behalf of the city. relating to the lease of the stadium by the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club offer to lease, and B, approve the final form lease agreement with the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club and the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club stadium lease as may be negotiated by the REAL on behalf of the city, relating to the lease of the stadium by the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club prior to the completion of the construction of the stadium. Such lease to include the terms of condition set forth in the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club offer to lease. Number 4, that the city clerk be authorized to execute the following agreements after review and approval by the city solicitor. A, the provincial contribution agreement. B, the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club contribution agreement. And C, the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club offer to lease and Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club stadium lease. Number 5, that the administration continue continue the procurement process, including the issuance of the request for qualification and development to the request for the proposal and all site preparation and development based on approval funding commitment and agreement identified within this report. And, Your Worship, final number 6, that the administration be directed to continue to pursue the implementation of a revenue stream from the hotel tax/fee to be directed to the project beginning in 2016 in order to reduce future incremental property tax increases for the stadium funding. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. We have some speakers lined up here. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I have some questions that were brought up during our delegations that were here, so I'm going to start with one that was right off the top. Is it true that the wastewater treatment plant is in danger of not being done due to the RRI project? Through you, Your Worship.
Schoberg?
Worship, no, that's not true.
Okay. A delegation stated that property taxpayers would pay $633.2 million for this project. What is the actual cost for the property taxpayer?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, the report speaks to the property tax as a funding source, and I believe the total property tax over the course of 30 years is about $262 million.
Thank you. Why aren't we front-loading the entire amount?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, there's a couple elements there. The first point is part of the direction of Council obviously is looking towards minimizing the impact on taxpayers, and so spreading that increase over time allows that to happen. It's been consistent with other projects. Most recently, in the last 3 years, there's been an incremental property tax increase to support transit and fire fleet replacement. And so we took a similar approach going forward, which allows the city to balance spending towards other priorities, of course, each year. And at the end of the day, of course, that decision is one of council in terms of how to implement the mill rate increase.
Thank you. Concerns have been brought forward about the best case scenario, the numbers that we're using. What if it ends up being the worst case scenario? Either the tickets aren't being sold per game or the interest rate goes up over 30 years. How do we protect ourselves, and where do we get the numbers that we're using for this, Your Worship?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, I certainly wouldn't characterize this as a best case scenario. Of course, there are a number of assumptions in the plan, but they've all been based on certainly objective information to support those. So the three primary items I think that were discussed through some of the delegations and maybe otherwise, one is the interest rate on borrowing. And it's maybe a misunderstanding in the sense that for the city's approach to borrowing on this, our borrowing rate is essentially fixed for 30 years. So what the city would do would be go to market for a 30-year debenture, and so that rate would be known up front, and the assumptions in the report are based on that. They're basically at current market rates, and also reflects the fact that borrowing through the province is likely to be at a slightly better rate in the sense that the province has a better credit rating than the city itself, and so the interest rate on provincial borrowing is estimated at 3.5%, and the city's rate is estimated at 4%, which is basically reflective of the current markets. The other couple items that were noted and discussed and covered, I think, a little bit in the financial plan as well. One is the calculations related to the facility fee revenue and the number of seats sold on average. And so the plan assumes a $28,000 seat average in terms of ticket sales. And that essentially is reflective of basically the last 10 plus years. I believe it's close to 12 years in terms of the average seats are in that range of 28,000. More recently, say the last 5 years, I know it's been at or above 30,000 seats. What this model also doesn't take into account is some further upside that may occur from additional playoff games that will happen during the course of a year. So the estimates here include regular season as well as one preseason game. And we know over the course of time that there will be revenue generated off of playoff games at the facility. There will also be revenue generated from Grey Cup games. Those are not factored into these estimates in terms of facility fee. In addition, there are going to be facility fee charges on other events at the facility, and again, not factored into that calculation. The final one I'll cover quickly here is the inflation rate assumed in the report, which is really applied to the maintenance costs of the facility over time. There's a couple of elements there. The inflation rate was provided to us in our work with Deloitte and the advice from Deloitte. That rate basically is, as stated by their estimates, is the rate of long-term inflation based on Government of Canada bond spreads, and as well is within the published range of the Bank of Canada as it relates to inflation. And so we've used that as well on the maintenance costs. We know that as we work through the process of the request for proposals, that the design builder will be providing a maintenance schedule. So as we work through, we'll have a very detailed plan as it relates to maintenance and be able to confirm those costs with more specific information. And at this point, we've used maintenance costs kind of in the middle of the range as far as what facility maintenance cost estimates have been. It ranges from 1.5% to 2%, and this plan uses 1.75%. So that factors into the maintenance costs and provides some room for improvement over time as well.
Thank you. Is there any link between the stadium project and the RRI to whether pools stay open or not?
Schobert?
Your Worship, I'm not aware of a link. Of course, this project has been moved forward on Council's direction for a period of time now, and over time there will be various decisions that Council will make related to community projects and funding priorities.
Thank you. On that same line, if this project did not go ahead, does that mean we'd have $200 million extra to spend on infrastructure and housing and other issues that are in the city?
Schobert?
Your Worship, if the $200 million is reflective of the debt, it would not necessarily be the case. Of course, $100 million is coming from the province specifically for this project, funded through the revenue sources identified, with the other $100 million being direct city debt. Of course, that portion would be available for other projects as Council determines.
Thank you. It was stated that housing would be between housing for the RI project that would be going up in that space would be between $200,000 and $300,000. Do we know this yet?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, we don't actually. What will be happening is we'll be moving forward on a process, again, consistent with Council's direction to look for opportunities to incorporate affordable housing into both projects, so the Taylorfield neighborhood as well as the rail yard renewal project. Both are expected to have a mix of both affordable and market rate housing, and there are certainly a number of opportunities through various programs, provincially, federally, and municipally, to support the housing residents themselves directly, as well as potentially to support the building of housing stock. So that's yet to be determined, and of course we'll be bringing that forward to Council once we have that put forward.
Thank you very much for all that information once again. I just think there's lots of false information out there that has been going around Regina, and I'm glad to hear that we have somebody to clarify things. If people were wanting exact information on the RRI and stadium project, is all of this on that website?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, yes, it is.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. One of the challenges of following Councillor Bryce is she answers or asks a whole lot of questions. So unfortunately, I only have one left on here. And that's around the concept. Somebody had brought up a fact that what we were building here was a 30-year throwaway stadium. Can you give me a little bit of insight? Is this, in fact, actually going to be something that we're going to haul to the landfill in 30 years? Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, that is definitely not part of the plan. So it has been part of the thinking as we've structured this project and, of course, laid out the maintenance plan for the project and identified specific funding for maintenance over that period of time. As we've seen other facilities out there, some with a long history of being in communities that are now going through major rehabilitation opportunities. The only reason they've been able to do that is from the perspective of keeping the facility in good order. So we certainly expect this facility to last well beyond 30 years.
Yeah, I guess one would hope that we wouldn't be building something for that short a window, and obviously we're not. Just because somebody says it doesn't necessarily make that accurate, and I guess that's the challenge with facts that are presented before us sometimes. There was some discussion around interest rates and what we're dealing with there. I did have some experience in the financial industry and understood index charts and how to read them and be able to look at past performance is never indicative of future, but it gives you a good indicator of what could be before you. What we do know is that when interest rates are increased, when the Bank of Canada increases those rates, let's go back to 1950-51, there was a high interest rate spike, and that caused a severe market correction. Again, that happened in the 70s. It's happened numerous times through history. So I think what we've learned is in this economic time that we're at today, that we find the world in today, interest rates need to stay relatively stable and relatively low. So I believe what we'll see into the future is going to be indicative of the past. When rates are risen, it does create all kinds of problems in the economy, and the economy is not in a position where we want to see that happen. So I really feel confident that knowing we have a debenture to boot that's fixed. You told us the rate's fixed on that debenture. If, pray tell, rates dropped, could we negotiate that debenture, or are we locked into it?
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, we are typically locked in to that debenture. There are usually in these cases penalty clauses and things like that to be able to pay and refinance with another issue.
And so one would hope that would be the case, obviously, because otherwise you could simply bounce around whoever the best is. But it seems to me that we've got some pretty good people at the helm of putting together the RRI, including yourself, Mr. Schoberg, but the rest of the team as well. So I appreciate the hard work and dedication and commitment you put towards this project. I know the City Council stands behind you and believes what you provide to us because you bring a lot of credibility. So on behalf of my citizens, I want to say thank you. Your Worship, during the campaign that we just all recently went through, on the doorstep, rarely did I have somebody adamantly say that they were opposed to the RRI. When they did come to me with that opposition, a few minutes of explanation of what the RI is as opposed to what it isn't and what some may think it is. Very quickly they came around, and in fact I kept getting people saying, if you're going to build it, put a roof on it. And I said, well, hey, we're going to prepare it so it's ready for a roof. What if we said, let's put a roof on it? What would that mean? Mr. Schoberg.
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, of course, the concept design speaks to the ability to do that, so that from a technical standpoint certainly can be done. The primary implication is additional dollars, so there will be additional work to estimate what that might be. More currently, the range is somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 million, but that figure would still need to be confirmed.
No, I appreciate that. So it is a pretty good sized chunk to bite off on top of. So I appreciate that the stadium is designed to be roof ready. For those that demanded that we put a roof on it and told me, raise my taxes and put a roof on it, you'll have to wait, because right now we need to get it built first. So thanks, Your Worship. I'm definitely in support of this funding model before us.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Hinks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I will be happy to support this, the whole Regina revitalization project. Unlike some of the naysayers, I grew up in Regina, and I watched councils before me and people before me make this city a better place for me as I grew up. And I look back to, even as an adult, when the Lawson Aquatic Center and the field house were built, and the political battles about those things. And then you go to the Agrodome or the Brandt Center, the same thing. The Cooperator Center. What if we wouldn't have built all those things? What if we didn't have the Brandt Center? What if we didn't have the Cooperator Center, or the field house, or the Lawson Aquatic Center? What would Regina look like today? And it's important that we leave this place a better place for the people, for people following me. I want to leave it a better place for my grandchildren and their children, and the way we do that is to build things, to make our city a better place to live in. And when people say that it's going to be used 10 times a year, that's so far from the truth, it's unbelievable. This stadium will be used for high school football, which I happened to coach for over 20 years, and the city treated us very well in Mosaic Stadium or Taylor Field. It was great. And my friend Mr. Hobson out there, I know he grew up in Regina also and got the same things that I did out of it. I mean, the city's always been very good to minor sports and everything happening here. I will be supporting it, and I will be strongly supporting it. When it comes to a referendum, well, we had that referendum on October 24th. I clearly stated during the election that I was completely in favor of the Regina Revitalization Initiative, and I was reelected on that issue. So I have to keep my promise, and I will keep my promise on that. When it comes to people talking about overruns, we had an overrun with the plaza. But let's look, and the naysayers again only mention that. They don't mention the fact that the GTS, the Global Transportation Hub, was $1 million under budget and ahead of schedule. And they don't mention the Cooperator Center that was on budget and on time. They take one little piece out, just like they have with the stadium, and talk about it. Again, one of my colleagues has said that we need immediate solution to our housing problem. Well, we have part of it in our eyes a few years from now. So if that's no good, then it's easy to oppose things. But when you oppose, you should have a solution of some kind. And I don't see any solutions to an immediate remedy to that problem. So the 700 affordable houses is a great part of the project, and all the other things that are going to happen. And like I said, I grew up in Regina, and I grew up right close to Mosaic Stadium and Taylor Field. And I know it was a great thing then, but it's over for it. And we need something new. And again, it's not just for the riders. It's for our whole community. And why? Because I love Regina. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Higgs. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Could you talk a little bit about the revenues? What you have in the plan now that I like is that you only have those revenues that we know are part of the contracts that we're making with our partners. What are other sources of revenue that may impact this project in the future, and what would that do for mill rates?
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, the primary element that is considered in the report before you is the hotel tax or fee opportunity. Of course, on the current financial plan, the funding over the course of 30 years is not directly required. Of course, the other sources in the plan provide that. The report also speaks to if there is, Council desires an opportunity to implement a system such as that, there is at least a notional calculation of what the impact would be on the mill rate within the report. There are other funding sources that were considered in the financial plan, a number of which either the city does not have legislative ability to move forward with, or simply aren't allowable or don't fit with this particular project. So things like servicing agreement fees, amusement tax, and other sources discussed in the report for various reasons aren't an effective opportunity. So we've, along with the revenue sources identified in the report as referred, we have specific funding commitments from our partners, informal legal agreements that support those. And as we determine future revenue sources and Council directs changes from that perspective, of course, we will revise the plan accordingly.
Thank you. Your Worship, I'm going to ask a question about the management teams and how you put this project together. There were quite a few different teams involved, external as well as the city internal team. And so management of this project is really critical as it goes on over the next few years. So could you give us some information about those external groups and who will be monitoring this? And when will Council be updated and informed of ongoing state of the project, whether it's on time and whether it's on budget?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, as referred, there are a number of folks that have participated and will continue moving forward. So the more technical advisors, of course, have been Mott MacDonald as the engineering advisor, Pattern Architecture and P3 Architecture locally combined as the architectural advisor. ZW and PC Sports have advised on project management as well as sports-related advice and expertise. We have established a fairness advisor to support the procurement process, P1 Consulting. In addition, we've engaged Deloitte as our business and financial advisor, as well as City Solicitor's Office has engaged Tories to support with legal advice as needed moving forward. There are a range of folks internally from various disciplines that support the project, as well as externally from our partners at the province and the riders. In all cases, there will be ongoing oversight to the project. The next stages that you will see, of course, assuming the report's approved tonight, will be the results of the RFQ process later this year, moving into, again, the RFP process, which you will have an opportunity to consider the evaluation criteria for the RFP and direct its establishment moving forward. Of course, once various elements of work are underway, site preparation work in 2013 and into 2014, there'll be an opportunity for administration to provide council updates on that, as well as once we're into the actual building of the stadium, there'll be an ongoing updates as far as to council specifically and also to the community more generally.
Councillor Young, you're okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I want to just briefly talk a little bit about just some of the income and the funding that we're getting. we talked, and Councilor Murray alluded to the disposable stadium. If I could go into the existing stadium today, the last extension was what, 1976, roughly, somewhere in that range. And the previous one to that, like if we look at the other side, are we back in the 50s? I don't know the date, so I'm just trying to get an idea.
Sure, can you help us on that?
Mr. Chair, Your Worship, roughly the dates are accurate. I maybe ask Mr. Schmidt if he has, I don't have the detailed schedule in front of me, but if he has any additional detail in terms of those major renovation dates.
Mr. Schmidt, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The expansion of the west side grandstand happened, was completed in 1979. The east side grandstands were installed through 1966 through 1972. Most of the west side grandstand was initially built in 49 through 51.
So we're talking 60 to 70 years for this stadium in existence. That's all I'm trying to get a point of, because the 30-year disposable caught me a little bit too, and I just think that, I mean, we're cost factoring on 30 years when we could really realistically be talking 50 years. And so we might have a 20-year hiatus on any thing like that. So just that point. A little bit of clarification on the, and it was brought up, on the 0.045 tax increase and its escalating costs over the next 10 years. One of the delegates was sitting here telling us that in 10 years it's going to be 4.5%. Can you answer, can you explain that to the public?
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, I can't speak to the delegates' calculation, but essentially the calculation proposed in the financial plan is 0.45 each year for 10 years. So, of course, cumulatively, if you were to add that up, it would equate to 4.5%. A little bit of the unique nature of the mill rate for the city is it doesn't automatically compound on itself. City Council needs to make a decision each year to raise additional revenue. The only way that grows is new properties coming onto the tax roll. So that's assumed in the financial plan and assumes that growth is about 2%. But essentially, if you add 0.45 each year for 10 years, it would add up to 4.5% cumulatively at the end.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. On the, we're talking and everybody's saying what if, and everyone around the whole table and the audience, what if this happens, what if that happens? Everything is a negative that I've been hearing about because that's just what happens. What about if there's a surplus? I mean, if we end up with more, and I'm not talking concerts, because, I mean, if we have one concert a year or two maybe, but what I'm talking about is there's tons of office rental space or convention space that was mentioned. There's lots of opportunities for other conventions to be brought in. What if there's a $5 million surplus at the end of the year? We bonused out. What do we do with that money?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, that money, of course, would be the city's money, and it would be up to City Council to determine what to do with any surplus of that nature.
Possibly a debt reduction?
Certainly, that would be one of the options.
Yeah. The thing is that if you look at, and everybody, you know, we're talking about it's a rush. It's a rush. It's a rush. And a lot of people know that I wasn't around for the last 3 years, and in about a year and a half prior to that, we started this. This is going on 4.5 years. So it's not a thing today, rush, that this has to happen. But there comes a time when you have to start looking and making decisions. And that's, again, Councillor Hinks alluded to it. We were voted based on the majority of us ran and asked the question, are you in favor of the stadium? And the majority of us said yes in our campaigning. So we're here today to make those decisions on behalf of our wards, and that's what we were chosen to do. If you look at Moose Jaw's history, and I alluded to it again, it's a 30% increase by waiting, and if we wait on this, it's going to just cost us more money, and at some point, it's just not going to be even viable for us to do. The $100 million to put a roof on it. I'd love to see a roof today because there might be a lot more economic spin-off, but maybe the maintenance costs to maintain a winterized facility might be too much of an expense for the city as well. So those are a couple of the things. I like the idea, and I Councillor Bryce alluded to the, where did the 200,000 to 300,000 come from for housing? I know there was a project on St. Thomas School, no, Thompson School site that was government funded, government assisted, and I mean there were complete townhouses selling for $159,000, if I remember, right by the General Hospital. And they were to qualified individuals that had to come forward, present their programs to the government, and they worked. And they sold out like nothing, and it was great. And those are the types of things that I'm hoping that down the road the 700 houses are going to be, possibly apartment-style places as well. There's all kinds of things that can be done. The other part I always like to talk about is the revenue that can come from either those, or nobody's even talked a dollar about how much potential land sale of Dudney Avenue could be down the road for the city coffer. We paid $7 million plus $2 million to clean it up. That land could be worth $50 million. We don't know. It's a potential. All the businesses, all the condos, all the housing, and the parks, and everything that goes in there, those are all positive things, but I mean, a lot of us, or a lot of people don't like to talk about some of the positives because it takes away from the negatives. But again, my biggest thing is 4.5 years ago, I got a phone call from a gentleman in Uplands, and he said, I'll probably never see that stadium, but build it for my grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a list of questions. I'd like to thank the other councillors for answering some of them already, but a few to get through here. First off, are we 100% sure that this is not going to affect our borrowing level, our borrowing ability? Thanks.
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, there's two elements of this. Of course, there's $200 million in total contemplated here. $100 million of that at this point would be subject to a decision of the Saskatchewan Municipal Board. We believe it will be exempted. However, to be able to move forward with that process, we need a resolution of council. There needs to be some public processes and things to happen, which of course will happen pending decisions tonight. But based on the fact that that borrowing has a future revenue stream as well, it would certainly fit with the criteria the municipal board uses to exempt that from our debt limit.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Do we project inflation in any other departments? Like, do we look at future price increases in any other roadways or anything like that?
Your Worship, it's hard to say specifically, because our capital budget is made up of a number of various projects. I would say on the whole, we would not typically do that. So the projects in our budget would typically be current year costs. But of course, we factored into this financial plan for the stadium.
Okay, of those things we do project, is 2.2 how does that relate to levels in other places?
Yeah, Your Worship. So there are various elements in terms of construction. Inflation certainly is higher than that, and so that's factored into the capital costs of the stadium. Moving forward, it depends on the various categories that you'd look at. I mean, each depending on the type of expenditure it would be. Is it heavily reliant on salaries? Is it reliant on materials that need to be purchased, or is it subject to just generally general contract related increases? Most of the items from a maintenance standpoint are kind of on that basis. They end up being contracted and have an inflationary factor worked into them.
Okay. Just point of clarification, are we taking out a bond then against the loan? Or will we borrow that 30-year period all in one deal, or is this something we'll have to negotiate over time?
Mr. Schoberg?
Yeah, Your Worship, we will actually issue a debenture. It's a small point, I guess, in terms of it's just a different legal approach, I guess. A bond has some guarantee attached to it, but the substance of the question is we'll issue it all at once, basically. There may end up being two Well, there will be two tranches from the perspective that what we will be working to do is issue the city's portion along with the provincial portion. And then the financial plan also speaks to some interim debt, so a 20-year debt, so that would be at a later date. But essentially what we would do is go to market at once, as soon as possible, I guess, based on current market rates, and that rate is fixed over the term of the borrowing.
Okay. I think final question here, and it refers to a question Councillor Bryce asked earlier. What's the name of the specific report that talks about the $209 million? The name and time that it came to us.
Your Worship, I think you're referring to the $109 million renovation report. That was in about 2007, 2008, and it was work done by the Saskatchewan Rough Riders and shared with the city. So it was some work that they undertook with an architect on their behalf.
Okay, and did it take into account that, like, with this new proposal, we're losing the $8 per ticket, like roughly about $2.2 million of income that used to be dedicated to maintenance? Did it take that into effect?
Your Worship, that report was not a full plan for how the renovations and things might be funded and dealt with. It was simply, an architectural estimate of what it would cost and to do certain renovations and kind of list out what those would be. So it kind of provided a design and some of the specifics related to that design.
Okay, so just a final comment. I think one of my frustrations with this process is, in my short time here, it seems like we research things to death. If somebody sneezes, we do a report on it. We have a Wascana Pool report coming that's going to cost $800 million. And to me, this feels like I'm not exactly sure that we've researched all our options. This is a big spending issue, and it seems potentially like we know what it costs very well to build a new stadium and not quite what it would really cost to bring the renovations that were needed. Just an observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Any other comments? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thank you. So I think there's been a couple of words that were expressed here today. One is about risk and one is about guarantee. And in my life, I don't recall ever receiving a guarantee for anything, so I'll leave that one alone. But in terms of risk, I want you to understand one thing. I believe that in any project that we go forward with, whether it's wastewater treatment plant or road renewal, there's some risk involved. So I want to acknowledge risk first. Second of all, I believe that Mr. Schulberg repeatedly has answered questions about some of the due diligence that occurred here. One of the things that I think he was very clear about, I want to be very clear about, is that we sought out people from around the world. So Mott MacDonald is not local. Mott MacDonald has nothing to gain. Mott MacDonald will be working in our behalf in terms of the stadium design. And whether it's the engineers at Deloitte, they have some reference that and here's a different word, that I'm going to have to trust. That after years, months, and a public forum, the amount of information that has been put forward here, I would question being equal to anywhere else. I think we are greater than. Second part of that is that we have had plenty of public debate. The people that have come before us, and many of them tonight, have repeatedly come before us. And in fact, tonight I would say that we gave what would be called the open mic. Come in and speak your mind. And on a topic that is even greater than the actual issue before us. So I'm not cold and I'm not heartless. And it's not that I don't care about people in the community. And it's not that I not have a concern about housing. But on the issue tonight, it has been well documented, shown in the public, and well versed. Here's a plan. Part of it was a negotiation. Yeah, I wish that somebody would give me a little bit more money. And I wish that 20 or 30 years from now, somebody would guarantee me something. But no, not my life. So I have to make a value judgment. A value judgment is that if I, in this case, see that there is a concept for a stadium that leads into some other things in my community, housing, commercial sector, and so on. Okay, that's one thing. Then I have to factor in cost, and I have to factor in impact. The part that some people criticized is the part that I look at as being the strength. By that I mean, for the first time, and I don't mean by ridicule, for the first time we're saying, here's the cost of something, to the best of our judgment, over a long period of time. We're not going to build one fancy building and then just say, oh, God, I don't know what will happen 20 or 30 years from now, but somebody else will look after it. No, we're telling you right now that we have to do asset management. And if we vote in favor of this today, in my view, it is the first of what should be expected from us on every single project. That is, that we provide all the documentation and the long-term effect to our community. No different than we need to do for housing, no different than we need to do for pools. I'm going to deviate slightly. Timing on the pools was real interesting. I think it was very good because it gave people a chance to say, come on, I'm going to talk about pools. Okay, go ahead, talk about pools. I've gotten emails, people call, but there's a public process that will in fact garner that. I wonder where you can do that in the House of Commons. I think those people are out on the lawn right now. So, I understand risk, I understand guarantee. I'm making a value judgment on my community that I believe that this is in the best interest. This is not a political decision. This is a business decision on my part. I will be voting in favor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Dare, can you take the chair, please?
Mr. Mayor?
I'm not closing debate, so.
Go to your worship.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I want to add my voice to the discussion tonight, and I want to thank the delegations for being here. They said on all sides of the story. Thank the administration for the work they've done. This is deja vu all over again. We've had this discussion for many weeks, many months, and the discussion has been around the vision for our city. And one thing we all share in common on either side of the debate is a passion for our community. We've seen it tonight by the delegation. They love our city. We love our city. We all share that passion and need to grow our city. We have opportunities. I want to say, though, that that much of the discussion that has taken place tonight, as previous, is based upon a tremendous amount of information that has come out through the administration. I'll just take the lead from what Councillor O'Donnell said. At no time on my 15 years of council have I seen this much due diligence done on any project. And while it is not self-evident to those who are casual observers who just come in to see a perspective and then leave again, we've heard from Mr. Schoberg that we have a tremendous amount of due diligence being done all over on this. Very, very confident of the work being done by the engineers and architects to prepare us for this. So we have a funding arrangement that was a meeting of minds by three parties: the City of Regina, the Rough Riders, and the province. Now, is this the best possible deal that could ever exist? No, it is not. Not by a long shot. Is this the best deal possible today with the partners? Absolutely it is. It is the best deal. I've gone forward and talked to, and we've all mentioned this before, we can either renovate the stadium, and to be sure, the province will not invest or give a loan for or whatever for a renovation of Mosaic Stadium. They will not do that. So we cover the cost of, call it 105, call it 125, call it $150 million. It's a lot of money, and it's more than we can afford because at this rate, we're putting in $73 million out of a $278 million project. To me, those numbers alone say, this sounds pretty good. So what are we going to get for this? We're going to get a brand new multi-purpose stadium that's accessible to the community. Yes, we're going to have debt we're going to have on this one, but I want to assure you, and members of the public who have been here, have been listening, the $100 million we're paying back is being paid for by the $12 fee, not just for the riders, but for other events that take place, such as concerts, trade shows, that will be over and above that. The modeling done by the city about how much this is going to cost and can we pay it back, I think is a prudent approach because it takes the moderate approach. It doesn't count, as we heard, things like playoff games or any other event that may be there. It is not a tax that likely we'll be putting on those who are, from high school football or soccer. I know that Councillor Fraser is concerned about the diligence that was done prior to this council. And I just know that I can speak for myself, and I hope for other members of council, that those reports do provide a significant amount of due diligence in understanding of the financial arrangements on this. I'm comfortable with that. Many points raised by the delegations tonight, I am completely in agreement with them on the urgent need for things like housing, the concern over the pools is one example. Absolutely no question about that. But to my mind, I think to every member of council here, it's not either or. The world is not that simple. And certainly as those who are stewards of the public financing and building our city, we would never have a project that would cancel out other things that are priority. We would never say no more housing, shut the pools down, no more parks. I mean, it just doesn't work that way. Life is not that way, and we don't see it that way. We can do this because we have a vision for the city of growth and prosperity for growth. One of the delegations talked about front-ending this project, and I found that an interesting comment, and I want to just talk about that for a moment. Because it isn't a realistic alternative, because the amount of taxes that would be on the burden of everyone would make it impossible. Everything we do, in large measure, the wastewater treatment plant that we'll be dealing with relatively soon will be the same way. What becomes affordable is, over time, the payment for that, and that's the scheduling for payments. I have absolute confidence and certainty that this project, the diligence done behind it, is worthwhile, it is affordable, and the partners are there. If we don't do this now, we may have one of the partners say, I'm not doing this now. Maybe the promise is, look, I talked to you about this, and why do you want to delay this? For what's the purpose? To understand the cost of renovation to my Mosaic Stadium, separate issue for me. We run the risk of the deal falling apart, and we have nothing except Mosaic Stadium. We'll have to cobble together some Band-Aids and binder twine and duct tape to keep that stadium going. And that's not where we want to go. We want to build for the future. This is the first step of the whole revitalization for downtown. And it doesn't answer the question of housing now, but it will tomorrow. And that's part of the vision that we have for the city. It's new housing downtown. It's new housing, new developments downtown in the heart of our city. If we don't do this, we will have other people saying to us, you missed a huge opportunity. Maybe you can explain to us why you didn't take the opportunity. Like we did for the deepening of Wascana Lake. Like we did for the Center of the Arts. Like we did for all the other buildings that are here. It's vision, and it's a community has asked us for this. The election was very clear. I ran on the election, as did many people in this room, for or against the stadium. Now, there's other issues that we dealt with, to be sure, no doubt. But I said categorically, if I am elected as your mayor, I will work as hard as I can with my councillors here, and we've all said this, to have this stadium, this project go forward. And I stand before you today, hopefully we'll vote in a few moments on moving forward. It's the right project for right now. We have to seize the opportunity to begin the process of developing our city in a way that our children and our grandchildren and others will be very proud of us for the vision that we showed tonight. So I certainly hope that members of council vote in favor of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm glad to see some passion in favor of the stadium. And I particularly appreciated Councillor O'Donnell's comments. We've sat through a long night in which we heard the what-ifs, what lawyers call we've paraded the horribles. And we've also heard in great detail, and I appreciate this very much, the accounting information that backs this up. Life doesn't come with any certainties, but it seems to me that the information which Mr. Schoberg gave us tonight comes as close to certainty as we're ever going to get with anything. I note 3 arguments in favor of proceeding with the financing of the stadium. The first is it's more than just a football stadium. It's more than just a stadium for the Riders. It's a stadium for soccer, for amateur soccer. It's a stadium for Regina minor football. It will be a stadium where the university plays sports. It's a stadium for the amateur sports of this city. That's important. It's also important, and Mr. Morski gave us this figure, that the Riders do and will contribute $2.85 billion to this city over the next 30 years. They need a decent place to play football, and the current stadium is not going to last another 30 years. And we've also heard that the stadium, in fact, is not a standalone project. It anchors the Regina initiative. It gives way for, or it creates way for us to think about housing and other projects, for us to think about the revitalization of North Central. Those are all fabulous arguments, and that would be enough for me to support the stadium. But it's not the clincher for me. The clincher for me is that I simply cannot imagine Regina without a very fine football stadium. I can't do it. And nor 100 years ago, when people started to think about Taylor Field, could they imagine Regina without such a facility. So if you concede, as I think you must, that Regina has to have a very good stadium, then you've got to ask yourself, what are our options here? Well, one option is we renovate. But we've heard the numbers on that. Most of us have been inside Taylor Field at least once. It's past the tipping point where we can patch it up and expect much life out of it. Indeed, if we spend money patching it up, we're going to be right here back at this in another 10 or 15 years. And at that point, the option of building a new stadium will be double or triple what it is today. So what option are we left with? We're left only with the option of building a new stadium, and that's where the financial model comes in. The mayor is exactly correct. There's one fact that you have to take away from this debate tonight, and it's this. The citizens of Regina are going to be asked to put up $73 million, and they will get for that a $278 million facility. That's not just a good deal, it's a hell of a deal. Now, you may say, well, what about the interest? Well, many of you will have owned homes. You can't put up all the money on your home on day one. You can't lay out the cash. So you take out a mortgage and you pay interest on that amount. And you understand that as you pay interest, you are using your home going forward into the future. And that's what the interest is on this stadium. Indeed, it's even better than that. It's better than that because the interest is being paid in large part by the users of the stadium through their user fees. So this is a great deal for the city of Regina. At this point, the province is prepared to come in and give us a hand. The riders are prepared to come in and give us a hand. The users of the stadium are prepared to come in and give us a hand. We will not have that opportunity in the future. I believe that that opportunity is an opportunity for now, and I don't think we can guarantee that if we lose this opportunity, it will exist into the future. So I'm going to support this. I'm going to support it, as I told the voters of Ward 2 during the election, and I'm going to support it with pride. I'm going to support it with pride because it's good for the city. I believe that if we can't build this stadium, this fine conceptual stadium, with the kind of work and diligence that the administration has put into it, with the kind of thought that this council and earlier councils have put into it, if we can't do that, we're not going to be up to the task of building housing, of building pools, of renewing our infrastructure. We have to be up to the task of building this stadium. I'm convinced we are, and I'm convinced in doing that we will demonstrate that we're up to the task to meet the other pressing needs which face the city. I'm proud to vote for it because I don't think we're really doing it for my generation. I think we're doing it for the kids. I think we're doing it for the 2 and 3 and 6 and 7 and 10 and 15-year-olds who one way or another, many of whom will play a sport in that stadium, many of whom will go to games and concerts in that stadium, many of whom will take their kids, our grandkids, into that stadium. That stadium will serve the young people of Regina and Saskatchewan just as Mosaic Stadium has served all of us for so long. As the mayor said, we owe it. We owe it to the future. And finally, we do this for the province. We do this because we have confidence that this is a have province. We have confidence that we're going forward. We have the same confidence that Premier Scott showed when he thought about building a legislative building that must have seemed at the time a temple, way beyond what the province, some would have said, was capable of paying for. We can do it. We owe it to the city. We owe it to our young people. We owe it to our province, and I'm going to support it with real pride. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. There are other debaters who are members of council who can speak. If there's no other ones who want to speak, Councillor Verdure, if you want to close debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great sounds, great things just is happening here. With the administration bringing a report, council looking at all options. By building the stadium or going forward, we were talking about, and Councillor Flego talking about ifs. What if we go and renovate Mosaic and we don't build a new facility? So that means there's no RRI. How do we fill in that gap? So that kind of puts me back to wonder what ifs. And all those what ifs, I just heard that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are not moving if we don't build it for them. So that myth is not there. So only thing is left for us to do is we must keep the city growing and must go forward. We must keep investing in our community. If you defer, as we know for years, anything that we've deferred, we've never come to it. We've never fixed it. We never built it. So one thing I mentioned before is that no lack of investment or lack of not doing something, it's much more costly than doing something. So I'd rather be remembered, as Councillor Hawkins recognized the children and where we're going. And I said again, stood up before, I'm going to do this. I'm looking forward to seeing a professional soccer game at this new facility. And again, to see our future, where we are, and how we're going to get there, there's no certain things. I came here to this city in 1976. I never imagined in a million years that 2013, I'll be standing here and being part of this great movement to the future and building. And then again, from the RRI and from the stadium, from the things that we get, sums of money that will come to us in certain folds, not necessarily how much. We could then use some of that money to fund some of the other things that we're going to debate and work on. Yes, we'll invest in paratransit, invest in transit, invest in facilities, parks and recreation. We have something. And again, if we don't do this, we don't have it. If you look at what we have now for the lands that we own, it's a mere $58,000 or some $1,000. That's nothing to invest into what really is in front of us. We have a huge demand on growth and how we want to fund that. So I see that even $7 million, there was a number said before, once this gets all built up. I'd rather see that and to put something. And there's a few other things. So, Your Worship, I'm not going to go too far. I'm just going to mention that I very heartily support the recommendation moving forward. There's no other way. Not doing it, it's putting us backwards. And it's not getting anything that we really want. And so from the Executive Committee is looking for concurrence. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. We've all had our chance to debate. So I'm going to call a question on the report. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is carried. We'll move on to our last report with delegations tonight, and this is delegation D13-19, Mr. Jim Elliott. Once again, identify yourself, Mr. Elliott, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My concerns respecting the request for qualification criteria that's part of your package today is part of the qualifications that aren't necessarily related to simply building the stadium per se, although some of it does relate to that, but more related what is missing from the request from qualifications. My concerns when the City of Regina is looking for contractors through this request for qualifications is not including the following shortfalls or risks that the contractor may need to address. And therefore, without asking the questions and getting the response, I believe the city might not be getting the best qualified. I believe these as credible and plausible problems that could arise, and therefore the city should be and do its utmost to make sure that everything in its powers and reduce the risks of being left with a very expensive white elephant. My first concern is in light of the current labor shortages in many fields, the City of Regina should be having the contractor indicate where and how successful the contractor has been to fulfill or exceed the complement of skilled labor for the current or past projects. In this city and in others, there have been significant shortages of labor and skills. And are we going to have to steal from Peter to pay Paul for this project? My second concern is in light of the current labor shortages as well, but the City of Regina should have contractors indicate where their principal labor pool will be coming for this project. Is most of the labor going to be shipped in from overseas with limited opportunity for local employment or local capacity building? Or will there be efforts made for local employment? And if so, what do they see as the impact of this on other construction in this city and the province? My third question is around the current vacancy rates in Regina. The city should have the contractors indicate how the contractor will fulfill housing requirements prior to and during the project construction. As this will include a significant influx of workers, where are they anticipating housing them while the construction occurs? Are they going to be housed here or in camps or in other cities or towns around the City of Regina? And if they're going to be put up in hotels, how will they see that impacting other industries such as tourism and other events in this city? Now, under the raising financial section, the City of Regina should have the contractor indicate what expertise the contractor has when dealing with large-scale human resource management and material shortages or delays and inclement weather delays. As indicated previously, with a few projects come to mind, we have weather and other situations that could put this project in jeopardy. Has the contractor dealt with similar situations, and what was the outcome? And following up on the previous concern, what will the City of Regina do if it gets less than adequate interest in the bid for this project? Are we going to go ahead with the project if only one company qualifies, or two, or perhaps three? And in that sense, what is the optimal minimum of qualified contractors in this project? And as I've stated before, I still believe that this current project should be put on hold until such time as we assess the rejuvenation of the Mosaic Stadium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for your presentation. Questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And Councillor Fundura, you want to introduce report 13-8?
Mr. Worship, again, on behalf of Executive Committee, I rise to support CR 13-8 RRI Stadium project, request for qualification evaluation criteria, and move that the City Council concur in recommendation put forward as following. If you allow me. Recommendation 1, that the administration issue a request for qualification RFQ for the RRI Stadium project using the evaluation criteria as attached in Appendix A. 2, that the Deputy City Manager of Corporate Services be authorized to award an opportunity to participate in a request for proposal RFP process for the RRI Stadium project to the 3 successful proponents identified by the RFQ. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Friender. Are there any comments on the report?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Fraser, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick comment on Mr. Elliott's recommendations. I think that's an excellent idea, actually. Right now, labor and housing are intrinsically linked, and I'm just wondering, I'm not sure, well, so the question would be, are we able to put that as criteria, or if not, are we at least able to make sure that bidders from outside of the city have some sense of the housing and labor? I mean, I imagine they do that study themselves, but is there any way that we can make sure that that's sort of communicated to us? Thanks.
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, certainly some of the elements of the criteria don't come at that question directly necessarily, but they do come at it indirectly in terms of their management experience, their previous experience on other projects. I do know as well from speaking with a number of the potential bidders over the course of the last several months that the issue is very front and center for them. They are developing plans around that. I would highlight, though, as well for something to consider in the structure of the procurement and the process here. It may be not quite as intuitive as a standard capital project that the city does, but in this case, as a P3 procurement, that risk will actually rest with the bidders. So that's not necessarily a risk the city's going to take. The bidders, of course, will be going into it knowing that they need to meet the budget and the timeline and have the available resources, and they'll be competing with others in the private sector to put the best plan forward to show that. And of course, we would have recourse if, for whatever reason, they can't meet that over time. But I am confident at this point that most of the firms, this would not be an uncommon issue for them in terms of labor-related issues, and I know many are addressing that in terms of considering potential local partners that have experience in this market, and also using some of the plans that they've used for various other projects, which again will all come through the request for qualifications criteria.
Thanks for that. I do understand that the risk is in theory on their end. I guess I might compare it to the co-op upgrader expansion. I can't really speak to what scope, if this is sort of that same scope, but certainly that activity in town had an upward pressure on rents in Regina. So, I mean, if it's something, given that we're just coming into a housing strategy, there might be some information, I mean, as far as where their labor pool is going to come from, I think there might be something there that would be of use to us to gather. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Fraser. Other comments on the report? If there are none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Another report, Councillor Friender.
Thank you, Worship. On behalf of Executive Committee, I would like to bring forward CR 13-9, IRI, Additional Canadian Pacific Railway Land Purchase, and encourage my council colleagues to support the recommendation. I move concurrence as follows. If you allow me, Your Worship, recommendation 1, that the Deputy City Manager and CFO be authorized to finalize the sale agreement as outlined in this report and based on the draft form agreement attached in Appendix A and a form and content approved by a city solicitor. 2, that the city clerk be authorized to execute the final sale agreement as reviewed by the city solicitor. Number 3, that $770,000 be transferred from the general fund reserve to support the deposit and balance of the purchase price for the purchase of the North Railway lands. It's 0.89 acres, Lot 3, Block A, Plan 95R 22044. And number 4, Your Worship, that the $734,000 be transferred from the general fund reserve to support the deposit and the balance of the purchase price for the purchase of the Elphinstone lands 4.895 acres being portioned of the northwest section 24-17-20 West 2, Exit 1. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Verdura. Any questions or comments on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay.
Thanks, Your Worship. I rise to table the Regina Police Service 2013 operating capital budget to the special budget meeting we have upcoming.
Right, as we know, a referral motion is not debatable. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'll move CR 13-10, which is the local improvement program and amendments to 2012 local improvement program pricing for alley lighting. Do you want the recommendations read, or
you could do that, sure. That'd be
sure.
helpful.
Recommendation number 1, that proposed 2013 local improvement program as outlined in Appendix A be approved. Number 2, the following locations be declared as single local improvement, namely the single project in accordance with Section 4 of the Local Improvement Act of 1993. Work number 18, Ray Street, 25th to 24th Avenue. Work 24, Winnipeg Street, West Side, 15th Avenue to 13th Avenue. Number 3, that the City Solicitor will submit the 2013 Local Improvement Program to the Saskatchewan Municipal Board for approval. Number 4, that the City Solicitor submit the 2012 Local Improvement Program amendments as detailed in this report to Saskatchewan Municipal Board for approval. Number 5, that upon receipt of the Saskatchewan Municipal Board approval, the proposed works be advertised in accordance with the requirements of the Local Improvements Act of 1993. Number 6, that upon receipt of the Saskatchewan Municipal Board approval, a revised construction rates for alley lighting in the 2012 Local Improvement Program be revised in the Local Improvement Program Bylaw 2012, number 2012-37. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Bryce. Are there any comments on this report or questions of the administration? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to bring forward CR 1311. This is the removal of a holding overlay zone 12Z30 at 3615 East Quant Street, East Quant's Gate, and that is in the area called Spruce Meadows. This was dating back to 1995. The holding overlay zone is a way to hold land till it's ready to be developed, and ready to be developed in the purpose it was intended for. This is the area, just so you all understand, it's right beside Princess Auto, and they're ready to move on it. So by taking this off, we'll have commercial development right there. We look for concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Any questions on this report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bryce.
UCR 13-12. This is the discontinuation of commercial solid waste collection. Recommendations are as follows: that the City of Regina's commercial solid waste service be phased out in 2013, and that the City Solicitor be instructed to amend Bylaw 2012-63, being the Waste Management Bylaw 2012, to repeal Section 38, 39, and Schedule B. And this just allows us to get out of the commercial waste business and the community to pick that up.
Is this part of our recycling program as well?
No, this is the commercial waste pickup
gas.
only.
Good. Any questions or comments on the report? Councillor Fraser.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if we could have just a Reader's Digest, as Councillor Murray might say, Reader's Digest kind of background on this. Thanks.
Mr. Wanzura.
Thank you, Your Worship. As indicated in the report, with Waste Plan Regina moving from shared back alley containers to individual rollouts, we are replacing several thousand of these bins with individual containers. As a side service that we'd offer, that we'd had about 150 commercial customers that paid for waste collection on a fee basis. They're largely in the downtown core. About 100 of those, I think, or 50 of those were city facilities. So we have about 100 remaining. The impact of moving from shared back alleys to individual individual rollouts is that providing that service is no longer very efficient for us. And there's a robust waste collection service in the marketplace that could easily service a number of our customers. So the recommendation as presented is to phase out of that business. It's becoming not financially viable for us. It wouldn't be cost effective for our customers to continue, and they're better served by the private sector.
Councillor Fraser?
Thanks.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments on that report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Fundura for the bylaws.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Flego, that bylaw 2013-4, 5, and 6 be introduced and read the first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2013-4, 5, and 6 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Did you have a question? I'm sorry, just one more. Okay, on the third reading. Okay, fine.
I move, second by Councillor Hinks, that the Council hereby consents to bylaw 2013-4, 5, 6, going to the third reading at this meeting.
I know there's a discussion on this.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering about bylaw number 2013-4 about the mosaic tax exemption. Could you just explain, someone in the administration, what the cost of this tax exemption is to the city? Thanks.
Mr. Carlson, would you?
Yes, Your Worship. I'll just draw that information up. Just in terms of history, this was an exemption that was approved late 2010, December 2010, by City Council, and the recommendation that was approved was to bring it on to the tax roll once the mosaic was to occupy. So that would be in 2013. In terms of the cost, Your Worship, it seems that the only information I have in front of me relates to the assessed value and the proportion of the mosaic as part of the building, which would be 27%, but I can endeavor to follow up with the precise exemption value of that.
Councillor Fraser?
And this is to say that that building won't pay any property tax for a gap of time? Thanks.
Your Worship, 27% of the building related to just the mosaic component, so the remaining portion of the building will be paying tax.
How long does that stand for? It's a 5-year exemption, is that right?
This is a 5-year exemption, Your Worship.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Any other comments on third reading? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2013-4, 5, 6 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion for the communications and related reports.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to recommend disposition of the communications.
You have a seconder for that, please?
I'll second that.
Any questions about that? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Councillor Bryce. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good night.